Fleric, you wanna keep going on where I don't know if we had addressed your question initially when we went to Foucault's pendulum, but
it's all cool. Just like
yeah,
to talk.
I always felt confused by the use of the term non-inertial and inertial. I always felt like they flipped them, and I always had this dissonance in my head, like this just doesn't make sense, because for me, if you have an inertial system, it's a system that produces inertia. If you have a non-inertial reference frame, you're not moving. I always felt like if you talked about demonstrating Coriolis on a merry-go-round, I always felt like they called the merry-go-round a non-inertial reference frame, but it's an inertial reference frame because it's in motion. It can't be non-inertial.
No, you got that right. The merry-go-round would be a non-inertial reference frame.
That's what I don't understand. How is a merry-go-round a non-inertial reference frame?
Because of its motion, because it's rotating, it changes its direction at every instance, so it's accelerating. And so its acceleration is not equal to 0. And this is just a definition. If our reference system of motion has acceleration which is different from 0, it's by definition a non-inertial reference frame.
I think that's magic. That's magic to me. That's a wizard spell right there to me.
It might seem a bit counterintuitive, and I might not be the best person to explain it, but like background understanding of that helps to criticize the heliocentric idea of this inertial reference system on a rotating Earth.
No, I think you did a fair explanation, and when you explained it, I had that dissonance in my mind, going, yeah, that totally is, like you said, counterintuitive. To me, if there's something in our direct empirical experience that's counterintuitive, then it's not reality. Reality is not counterintuitive. If your explanation of reality brings a counterintuitive dissonance to my understanding, then your explanation, and I don't mean you, then the explanation, I think, is pseudoscience.
Sure, for me it's also the sun which is moving. Sorry, did you say something?
No.
Alright.
Well, since we're here, how long? I don't think I've met you before. So, how long have you been in this discussion?
Not that long, since last year, since a few months now, like, yeah.
What was it that triggered your interest?
Oh yeah, man, what triggered my interest was I watched a funny and interesting documentary from Bart Sibrel, and regarding this whole moon landing conspiracy stuff. I watched that whole stuff of which he produced, and then after I found out this has already been released since a few years and so on, I researched about Bart Sibrel, like what's going on with him now, and I found a video where he talked about the FE psyop, and I was like, wow, okay, what's the FE psyop, you know? And then I just like searched a few videos and like forums regarding that topic and found out it's quite hard to find good stuff on it. And I also found the anti-propaganda quite interesting, this anti-FE stuff and so on. So I started to look into it and consulted some literature, and yeah, it's quite hard to find some good authors and stuff, but yes, you can find some if you look deeply enough.
So what is your field?
Sorry, I might be roboting a bit. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine. What's your field of expertise?
Oh, my field of expertise, man. I'm just a musician, man.
Oh, there you go. Well, you're an expert in musician. Okay, so are you multi-instrumental?
Well, I started out as drummer, but now I'm like composer and editor.
Nice.
Yeah.
And
Very-
what genre?
Well, to make money, I try to compose jingles. You know what jingles are? Like so introductory music and like background video music, which I do like on when I got asked for, like from video cutters or so on. But like what I personally like is hip hop music, and like I produce and mix hip hop music, hip hop beats, vocals. Yeah.
Nice. Nice, nice. So have you made any flat earth hip hop beats?
Oh no, not actually.
Are you more into analog or digital?
Well, it's actually the case that I will produce everything in the digital domain, but there are several like things where I can't reproduce an exact same result in the digital domain, where I acknowledge that analog processing will be the better choice. So, for example, preamping vocals is definitely done in the analog domain, and I don't know, there are several instruments you can sample quite nicely, but this doesn't happen often. When I go on the turntables, for example, sampling a scratch or so, this is definitely done in the analog domain. But you also there have the possibility to like introduce or implement your digital system with like digital vinyl and so on. But yeah, there are some steps where you like to go analog, sure. You know, I'm also from the kind of younger generation, so we all started out with Fruity Loops and not MPCs. You know,
I was wondering that just right when you said that. I was wondering if you were like probably in your 30s.
I'm in my 20s.
Okay, there you go.
Interesting.
keyboard, bandsaw.
Sorry. God, you're a hard taskmaster.
So, Fleric, what was it for you that turned the page for you in terms of flat Earth? So, if you started looking into it, what was it for you that made you say, okay, this definitely puts me into questioning the globe model?
Okay, so one really basic point for me would be just to think about the basic fluid mechanics of the oceans and curved surface. Just the point that I like lived 25 years and first thought about that shit then was overwhelming to me, man. And yeah, this kind of started out my journey then, because I
Yeah,
found that quite fast, you know. And then you like, whoa, what's going on now, man, with bendy oceans?
bendy oceans.
But you know, now after really having, you know, I'm not almighty, but I read some stuff and I heard like a lot of arguments. And I think the basic philosophical arguments are the best. For example, the arguments of, or this argument of one of the, like, I think it was a Greek philosopher who said it's like quite impossible to have antipodes on this earth, you know, because the people would be falling off, man. What about all this water and like rain falling upwards and this basic stuff, you know? It's kind of philosophical argument, but these are the ones which I consider quite strong. Because it's common sense based and so basic, you know. Everyone would agree on seeing the celestial objects move and the sun and the moon move, you know. So from which point do we have to backwards interpret your reality to come to the conclusion that it's us moving? It's just not common sense based. It's just a contradictory experience or explanation what in regards what you experience, sorry.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty simple way of putting it. I think that's exactly right.
And I live in the north of Germany at the ocean, so I could conduct some observational tests. You know, you get mixed results, but at least to like being at the ocean and see all this water, I don't know, it's, you know, it's subjective and my preference, but I just think this is quite insane to have like shores with a hump between them and so on, you know. It's just, I don't know, man. It cuts completely, it produces a fracture between what I can experience and show to what I have to believe, you know, and this is not what I like.
Yeah, I think you would get some resistance in calling it a hump, but yeah.
yeah, probably. Yeah.
Sorry, say again?
I don't think a globe flake would acknowledge that there should be a hump. I think they would disagree with that description of what you would expect to find.
Yeah, but then I catch them with the Bob and Alice paradox, don't I?
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you, man. Yeah, exactly. That's
yeah, man.
that's the I came across that in a someone else trying to talk.
I think bandsaw is a bit hot micing.
No, but just
He got kicked again. Make up your mind, Bandy. Stay or leave.
I'm serious, Travis. Discord's kicked me off like 6 times already. I don't know what's going on. If someone's playing funny buggers with me, I don't appreciate it.
I notice that whenever I have a problem with Discord, I usually get right back in. Like if it's almost like a buffering situation, like it's trying to maintain the connection. I don't think that I don't think that I have ever been actually disconnected like you're experiencing right now. But were you gonna say something about Bob and Alice?
No.
Okay. I was gonna say something about it that I came across my own understanding of Bob and Alice with the explanation of ships appearing hull down, which is I guess the old school way of describing ships over the horizon, that the hull is down below the horizon, so they termed it hull down. But the problem with that is that if you have land in the background and you've got the horizon in front of you and a ship over the horizon on the other side at a lower part, and then you have land in the background that's higher, you've got that Bob and Alice scenario right there.
Right.
If the Earth is supposed to be curving away from you, you can't have a shoreline beyond that hump. Otherwise, you're going to have a valley between those two peaks, those two crests.
Exactly. But Flerick is spot on. If you've got observer at point A and an observer at point B, right, and they're looking at each other, right, there is a hump between them. Right? Always will be, always has been on a big blue spinning testicle. Right? Now they want to call it they want to call it whatever they want to call it, but it's a hump. That's what it would appear to the observer to be. It would appear as a hump.
A lady hump?
They don't like that. As you said, Travis, they don't like the word hump per se.
I remember describing it to a woman who was reading a book on the beach where I was taking observations, and she finally asked me what I was doing. So I explained to her what I was doing, and she was looking at me kind of funny. And I said, "Well, okay, so look, you see the horizon out there?" She said, "Yeah." I said, "So the horizon is created by the curvature of the Earth. So the reason why you don't see any more water beyond that is because on the other side of that line, the Earth is curving away." And she looked at me and she looked back at the horizon and she said, "Well, wouldn't that mean that a ship on the other side would just slide down the other side?" And I said, "Keep that in the back of your mind. Just keep thinking that's exactly what physics would demonstrate." Yes.
Exactly. Exactly.
You wouldn't have any resistance because water is fluid. So if you have, if you had a if you had an aquarium and you put a boat on it, and then you pull the plug at the bottom, that boat would move immediately. It would shift. Or if you tilted, the container, the ship would demonstrate that change in position. There's no reason to then say if you have a change in position from the horizon to a lower position, why you wouldn't just simply glide along the surface of the water like you would on a river. Here's where we get, oh, you don't understand. Elevation and curvature aren't the same thing, man.
It's absolutely ridiculous, Travis. They say there is curvature on water everywhere, right? In a cup, in a bath, in a swimming pool, right? The curvature of water is absolutely everywhere. So you should be able to go get your little boat and take it down to your local swimming pool when it's dead calm, not a ripple in the water, and put it in the center and just give it a little push, right? And it should be moving down that hump, shouldn't it? Because that hump won't move. That hump doesn't move, right? That hump's always there. It's always higher in the middle and lower at the ends.
No. You're confusing curvature with elevation. The hump is not elevation, Bandy.
No, give me a break. Well, we had your mate Lease, Lease?
Yeah.
And he was trying to tell me a couple of days ago that man-made objects like swimming pools and cups and fish tanks, when you fill those up with water, right, the water is dead horizontal and level and flat.
Okay.
And he's a glober. Right?
Yeah. Okay.
And I said, think about that. I said, because you need to go back and talk to your cohorts, because all your cohorts will say that the curve is on the water and it matches the circumference of the earth, right? It's 8 inches per mile squared. It's just that insignificant. You can't measure it, apparently. And he goes, no, it's flat. It's a man-made object. And I said, no, it's not, right? They will tell you it is flat, because we had this thought experiment with LIGO, right? And LIGO, those arms that come out of it are built horizontal to a central point, right? And if you cut those tubes in half, so now those tubes are open, right, and fill them with water, right, I said, the globers will tell you that will curve at 8 inches per mile squared. And he disagreed with it at first. He goes, no. He goes, at most, there'll be 1 centimetre. Couldn't possibly measure it. At most, it'd be 1 centimetre. I go, no. I go, there's 8 inches per mile squared. That's what the mathematics says, and that's what your cohorts will say. So he's going back to actually check their mathematics and come back to me on that one.
Then you have Howard saying that it would be deeper in the middle.
Oh, that's right. You were there. Yeah, you were there. Exactly.
I can't even understand that. I mean, I can't understand how a grown man would actually let those words come. That to me, for him to actually, and then for him to hear my criticism and then double down, like how can I actually have a conversation with someone who is insane? Because that's insane.
It is insane. So now we're going to have a hump in the middle that's going to be spilling over the edges and lower at the ends. That's basically what they want us to imagine, right? It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ludicrous.
I was in TikTok a little bit yesterday because they have a lot of people that do live shows on TikTok. Anywhere from people making food, people playing guitar, people putting on makeup, and people just waiting for someone to show up and talk to them. And so there was this young kid. He was probably in his late mid-teens, whatever. And he said, I'm here to say if anybody wants to talk about anything, we can talk about anything. So I said, what's your best evidence that you live on a globe? And he says, where are my moderators? Get this guy out of here.
No.
Yeah.
No way. Oh,
Like,
that's
okay,
crazy.
I thought we could. You just said let's talk about something, so I bring it up and you kick me out. Okay.
Fair enough. That's why you got to do it in a pub, Travis, with a beer. I always say that is the best place to talk about it, in a pub with a beer.
Really long conversation with a man and his girlfriend at the bar. Even the bartender got involved in the discussion. And at the end of it, the guy shook my hand and he said, "I'm so glad that you started talking to us because that was the most interesting conversation I've ever had in a bar."
There you go. There you go. Yep, that's the place to do it. With a couple of brews, smile on your face, nice and relaxed, and then people are receptive.
Hook is, I'll lean over and I'll say, "Hey, you want to have the most disturbing conversation you've ever had in your life?" That's my hook.
That's your hook. There you go. There you go. No. That's the way to do it. I'm always talking about it outside of here.
Oh man,
I love talking about it.
oh man, I am more evangelical about flat Earth than I ever was about Jesus.
Yep.
Like, there's no inhibition. I like as a Christian, I was always afraid of talking about Jesus with people. Flat Earth, no way, man. I'll dive right fucking in.
I have this picture of you, Travis, like the Mormons do here. We got the Mormons and they go around and they knock on your door and they start talking about Jesus and stuff. I've got this picture in my head of you knocking on my door, all right, with a little picture, a little poster of the flat Earth and whatnot, your little cap and whatnot. You want to have a disturbing conversation? Sure, come into my home.
I've not done door-to-door evangelism on flat Earth yet. Not done that.
Right. Interesting, actually.
Would be.
Do it like the Mormons do it.
Oh yeah.
What, you get 2 or 3 of you, and you just go around, just like the Mormons. So they do it in groups of 2 and 3. And
actually, I think the Jehovah's Witnesses do it in 2 or more. The Mormons I've only ever seen 2, but I think that you would be better off if you had more than one person.
yeah,
For some reason, 2 or 3 people together, I think is a little bit more disarming than just one guy coming up and going, "Hey, can I have some coffee and talk to you about something?"
yeah, exactly right. But that's what you got to do. You got to get to the people. You got to get to the people and do it. What do you think the way someone like Whitsett does when he just gets up with his PA system and spruiks his word? Do you think that has much of an effect doing that?
It could plant seeds and someone looks into it later on.
Yeah.
I've had a couple of open air campaigns, but the first one I did was back in 2018, and it took me probably about 20 to 30 minutes before I even got up to how I was going to start expressing myself. But as soon as I did, man, I was like a barker at a circus show, man. I was on, I was just on, just once I think you have to have a certain personality for that. And I think I have one of those personalities. Like, I could be a comedian if I had material, because I'm not afraid of talking to people. I'm not afraid of standing up in front of people and just talking.
Yep.
And I've often thought about that. I've often thought, man, I should probably try to write down like a 30-minute bit, right, and just memorize it, because that's all that comedy is. Comedy, you've written yourself the script and you've memorized it. They're not just making shit up off the top of their head when they get up there. Sometimes, you know, they might do that with a heckler or whatnot, but for the most part, they've memorized their script. And
Yes.
I actually think that comedy, like George Carlin, right? Comedy is the easiest way to disarm someone, but at the same time, it's the easiest way then to open them up to considering actual truth. And I've always thought about doing that.
So a comedy skit about the globe Earth, eh?
Yeah, or even comedy just about life in general. So it's not just a unilateral attack. Like, you could make comedy about marriage and kids. Like, if you could think of something that would be funny for people to actually stop and listen, and then throw in some curveballs where they aren't ready for you to hit them with that kind of a curveball, but then make them think.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you should do a 30-minute routine, comedy routine on Globe Earth, right? Write it, right?
Yeah.
Film it, right? Put it up on your channel, get it out there. Go pub to pub.
Yeah. You got open mic where this one place. I don't know if I told you this already, but one of my deliveries in Massachusetts, I had a weekly delivery, and one of the days that I was waiting for the load, I found this cafe that was having an open mic poetry or whatever. Like, it was just open mic, and I had just written my first Flat Earth parody song. So I went in and put my name in. And so then when my time came up, you know, I got up and hit him with a Flat Earth song. But yeah, I mean, that's what, you know, you'd have to have something in your back pocket ready to go if you found a place that had an open mic where you could just get up and do whatever you want.
For sure. How did it go down?
Well, they all applauded. No one, you know, because the whole thing is that you can say whatever you want. And there were people ahead of me that were like pouring out their heart from their pain, right? So after everybody before me got applauded, there's no way they're going to boo me. You know what I mean? So everybody just responded like they did with everybody else. It just applauded my, you know, my expression, my poetic muse. Like I said, you have to be wired a certain way to be able to get up in front of people like that.
Yeah.
One way would be to, you know, make fun of religion, so to speak, because everybody has heard people make fun of religion, and it's not going to necessarily turn anybody off. I think that you're probably going to come across more non-religious folk who could appreciate a good religious jab. So you've drawn them in with that, and then you do a same critical comedic jab at science.
Yeah, exactly.
No one's going to, you know, like, even people like Dawn are going to applaud me for turning my back on religion, right? Good job, mate. Right? Like, right? So you're glad that I challenged the establishment, and you're glad that I have an argument against them. But when I try to do it with science, you're like, oh, hold on, don't go. That's too far, brother, too far. Can't question that shit.
Nothing's too far. Nothing. Well, I suppose there's a couple of things, but pretty much. That's a good thing about comedy. You can push the boundaries and get away with it.
To parody a Christian hymn, all hail the power of pseudoscience, let sheeple prostrate fall. You know that Christian hymn? All hail the power of Jesus' name. No, I lost it. Lost my audience. Okay, I get it. Did just clear out the house.
Damn, am I back again? This Discord is insane.
Yeah, it's really weird.
Don't know what's going on, mate. Don't know.
I thought you heard me sing, and so you left.
I heard the very start of it, and then all of a sudden, maybe my internet connection was doing me a favour. You reckon, huh?
Maybe. When again?
Open. Fuck.
Can you imagine how different life would be if a police officer never engaged with you unless you needed help?
Hello. We'll see if this works. Try my phone. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, maybe you should uninstall it and then reinstall it on your PC if that's what you were doing.
Yeah. See. Oh, it's done it about a dozen times.
Oh yeah,
It's crazy.
Yeah, yeah.
So
It
just using the phone.
has to be a software thing because it doesn't normally happen to you.
Got to be something. I searched for updates and everything. No updates to be found. But I message was in the other server to see if he was having trouble. He too said he was having dramas with it. So it might just be a location issue in Australia, maybe. Who knows? But then I've got to remember my bloody passwords and all that sort of stuff. That's just like a pain in the ass. I never remember my password. Right? So then I go to log in and I always have to go to forgot your password.
The only reason why I do that is because so many different platforms require you to do different passwords. Like, I don't give a shit if you think my password is weak or strong. That's my password.
Seriously, even on my phone? Gotta be joking me. Let's see. Let's see if this works. Let's see. And down here. Let's see. Hello, hello, hello. Am I back? Maybe I'm not.
Yeah, you're good, Bandy.
Ah, cool. Damn, Jerry.
The things I said was, imagine a world in which police officers would never interact with us unless we needed their help.
Wow. What's the need for him then? Joan of Arc. How did she end up, Jerry?
Oh, I don't, you know her. She's always showing up, slurring her words, not really talking about it.
It's the first time I've ever heard her.
Yeah, she's been around before. She's always just completely bombed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough. That's her thing, I suppose. That's her thing.
Yeah.
She's a lawyer, is she? I think I heard her say.
A lawyer. All right.
Well, that's what I think that's what she alluded to before I had to drop out and go do a few things. Hey. I was about to ask her if she was an ambulance chaser. She didn't like driving, didn't like doing anything. What's your story, Bob? You're popping in and out of here all the time.
I just put my recent video in the chat. If you're interested in checking it out, I used another channel's footage, but it's absolutely beautiful.
Okay, yep.
Captures of inferior mirage.
Yep. I'll check it out. We have our one of our most favourite skeptics here, Travis, Bob, the not so science guy.
Chat.
Don't be,
Is he under a different name? Oh, he's in the chat. Oh, is he in the chat?
Yeah. No, he's in the room. He's in VC. He's under Research Flat Moon. Yeah, Mr. Bob, the not so science guy. Come and say hello. Don't be bashful. We won't bite.
Greetings from northern Michigan. You know, I always want to walk on broken glass when I hear him. That's my intro.
Mute that. Yeah, I was going to say, I should mute it if I'm going to play it in the background, shouldn't I?
Yeah, there's no commentary, so you can just watch it.
Yeah.
You want to skip the intro? It's a minute in.
Okay, hold on. Where are we? Here we go. What do we got here? Here we go. Oh, look at that. A few mirages there. What do you think, Mr. Not So Science Guy? Are you watching too?
Bob the what?
Bob, the not so science guy. Look at the mirage.
I had about enough of this shit.
Look how high it is. It's quite dramatic. It's quite dramatic, isn't it, when you see it?
Yeah.
Was this sent to you, Travis, or did you just borrow it?
The channel, I have the link in the video. It'll show in a card at the top of the video. It's Heath Carmody. His name is Heath Carmody. So
Right.
so it was. I just found it. I had never seen the video before on his channel, and I thought it was amazing.
Look.
So I used it.
Look at that bird footage.
Oh yeah.
Look at that. They make it. I've got it paused on 2 minutes 39, and that one it makes almost a perfect circle. That's incredible. That's absolutely incredible.
Regardless of the discussion, it's an amazing video.
Yeah. And look how far apart they are too, some of those birds.
I love it when they go over the curve in the middle of the air.
Yeah.
They disappear in mid-flight.
Yeah.
So they must
Yeah.
have gone over the curve.
That's some incredible footage. Really. It really is. Huh. Damn. Got to give that a thumbs up. Huh. And look how high all that is happening above the water, Travis.
Yeah, I know, man. I know.
Like, it's not just above the water. It's, I don't know how high it would be, but it looks like a considerable height above the water. Man, that's crazy. That is crazy. Thanks for sharing, man. Where are we? How do you?
The thing about that, Bandy, is that even though you said, "Look how high that is,"
Yep.
I would argue that it is not high, but the refraction that is happening over distance is presenting the observation in that way. So
Right.
that
Yep.
that's a way of saying it, but I don't think physically that's what's happening.
Okay. Yeah, it just appears to be quite some distance above the water where all that's happening. Yeah, exactly. So,
But that's right. But I would say above. Well, how did you just say that again? How did you say that?
I can't
Oh,
remember.
I think you said it appears to be a distance above.
Yes.
But
Yeah.
yeah. Okay, so that's the same thing as what happens. Like say there wasn't a mirage there. If you look at the footage where you can see the shoreline on the opposite observation, I would suggest that we would see somebody's boat landing. Okay, so if the mirage weren't there, you would just be looking straight ahead of you, and you would see their boat landing, no problem. It would be right there.
Yep.
But you would be looking along perspective, and even in perspective, things appear to be higher in the distance. Because if you have a bit of land between you and water, and you see water ahead of you, that water will appear above the land. But it's not, right? It's not.
No, it's not exactly.
So that's my point with the mirage. It's the same thing.
Same thing, yeah.
It appears that way, but it's not above or higher. It's farther away.
I'm watching this for a second time. It's absolutely amazing, this footage.
Yeah, I was a little bit jealous when I saw it. I was like, damn it, I'd love to have footage like this.
And there goes Bob, the not-so-science guy, is out of here. Yeah, no, it's spectacular, actually.
Great. Yeah, he's up in Canada.
Right.
Got some really, really good footage. If you're not familiar with his channel, I suggest you take a look at what he's got up on his channel.
Yeah, I'll just where are we?
The link is in my description as well. So if you want to go to the description of the video, his link is the first thing.
Yeah, no, I'm about to do the right thing and give him a sub. Heath Carmody.
He does a lot of graphics comparison as well. Like in that video, if you go to the video that I used, no, that one he didn't do any analysis. But in some of them, he'll do a 3D rendering of globe Earth versus flat Earth.
Yep. Just going through some of his stuff now on his channel, just having a bit of a look-see. Nice. You should get him on your show, Travis, and have a bit of a chat to him if you can. It'd be good to hear his take on things.
I don't know if you heard me or not, but I have a couple of shows with him.
Oh, do you? Oh, okay
Yeah.
then. Yeah.
It's been a while. He and I have a hard time getting our schedules to meet, but yeah, we have done shows together.
Nice. I'm a bit disappointed that Bob didn't at least say hello to us.
I'm not. I would have wrecked my truck. I cannot stand him. He is so despicable to me. I can't even. I have no words for it.
I had to. We can't have that, Dawn. Seriously, what are you doing this to me, mate? Oh. Oh, Dawn.
Yeah, I have so many trolls blocked. I don't see any of their comments.
Dawn is testing me. Yeah, well, there are people that do get trolled a lot. Fortunately, I'm not one of them, but I suppose I don't really put myself out there like you do, Travis. Even though my views are similar, as you know.
No, I mean in this chat thread, like in this server's chat, I have so many trolls blocked that all I see are like your comments with Dawn. I don't see Dawn's comments.
Oh, really? Oh, okay then. Oh, there you go. There you go. Oh, wow.
Did I miss something really good that happened? Something must happen to piss Dawn off.
Oh, yeah, you're reading it? I don't know. I think Jin. Hey, Dawn.
Dawn, what did I miss, man? Sounds like something good happened.
Nothing. I listened to Gem's stream, got annoyed with Jin, and decided to type about it here. It's over with now.
Why didn't you type it there instead? And why did you type it here?
Because I'm self-banned from there. So it's just my obsession and addiction. I'm over it now.
Okay. It's out of your system. Shake it off.
Yeah, I've closed the tab down. Put it out of my mind.
What are they talking about over there?
Nothing really. Jeff was saying to Jin, why would anybody listen to a retired mechanic who lives in Japan about science? I agree with Jeff. Why would anybody? They wouldn't. Then Jin started making parrot noises. Got muted. And there was another dude who said, no one can have logic without the Christian God. That was quite triggering as well.
Oh.
Which server was Jin on?
And Gems.
Oh, did he last? He's so like I don't know.
Did you sort out Kosho's little problem? Did you branch?
No. I mean, the program I told him does do what I said, but I didn't actually get back to him. Forgot.
Oh,
He'll figure it out himself. Fuck it.
most likely. He's good at that stuff.
Yeah, now that you mentioned it, I should DM him.
Well, what? And tell him to deal with it himself.
When I walked past a protest in the street, I don't know if I don't get obsessed and have to start shouting for one of the teams. But when I witness a flat earth debate, I get triggered and obsessed. I have to start shouting for one of the teams.
Mm-hmm. Is this a problem you've been suffering with for a while?
Yeah. 3 years.
I think you need some Merle medicine.
I'm triggered by someone saying you have to have the Christian God for logic. I'm just as triggered by someone who says you don't. I can't win.
It sounds like this narcissistic type of loop that you're in, Jin.
Yeah, I guess I'm stuck in a loop.
Who's over there now? You got Merle over there. Jin's been kicked out. Who else we got?
Jin said, you can't control this truth. So Jem just muted him.
It was about a week ago. It was so funny. But Jin and Jem were having this shouting match, right? Anyway, Jin's trying to drop all his truth bombs, and Jem's just calling him a liar. You know, nothing but a filthy liar. And every time you're going to lie, I'm going to mute you and I'll correct your lie. Well, I don't know. I couldn't stop listening. This went on for about 20 minutes, Dawn, right? And I swear to God, every time Jin got unmuted, he would talk for 5 seconds, Jen would mute him, and then just go on this screaming rant for 5 minutes, right? Then unmute him for 5 seconds, and it would carry on again. It's like, oh my God, Jin, why are you doing this, my friend?
Yeah. We've done it here, don't we? We meet him, and he's just shouting to himself through the computer. You unmute him, he's still going.
Yeah. I remember I muted him one day. I was telling him off for just screaming over the top of people, and then we unmuted him. He hadn't even realised he was muted. It's like, what the hell? Oh. He's 1 in a million.
I'm 12 minutes into Infinity Chamber.
What are you thinking of it?
Boring so far.
Oh God. Well, it gets better.
I absolutely loved it from the very beginning. I just loved everything about it. I've seen it, like I said, like 10 times.
I'm going to try force myself way through it because it's free and it's on YouTube and it's got good recommendations from you guys.
Mm. I shared it with my kids, Travis, and they liked it.
Yeah, my 16-year-old had no interest. Like 5 minutes in, he's like, "Dad, I'm not watching this." So
Oh,
I don't know.
Dawn.
I just liked it. Everything it just had me from the very beginning. Everything about it.
I'm at the bit where he offers the guy to go for a walk and he says, "Yeah, definitely." And then he opens this thing and like a walking machine comes through. So he doesn't get to go anywhere.
Yeah. No, it gets you got to watch it because it's got a twist. You haven't got to the twist just yet. I want to talk to Travis about it, but I don't want to spoil it for you.
Oh, you can. I don't mind that. It's just a filler for me. I'm not like super worried about the storyline.
All right then. So Travis, did you notice at the very end, the very end when they're in the coffee shop and it's all over, and then the camera pans back, and then up in the top right hand corner, you notice what looks like Howard in the top right hand corner. Did you notice that?
Of course.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, what the? And I'm thinking to myself, what the hell? Don't tell me. Don't tell me.
Yeah. Yeah. It's almost. Well, so the other thing to consider too, Bandsaw, is what does the underlying meta narrative of his father on the life support system represent? Because that's something that they bring up, in a very short amount of information is there, but it's there for a reason.
So I see where you're going with that. Yeah. Okay. So you think that's a possibility?
I don't know what you are thinking is a possibility, but I don't want to say too much. I guess it doesn't matter because there's no way that Dawn's going to watch it 10 times like I have. But
Yeah.
every single time I've watched it, I've picked up something else that I just, another piece. But that's one of them. So here's my take on it: is that Howard is Frank's life support system. So Howard's job is to keep Frank alive, and so that's what the end of the show is. The end of the show is showing you that he's still now, even though it's over in Frank's mind because he found Gabby, he found her in the real world, right? She said, "Come find me in the real world."
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but if you're paying attention, Howard is Gabby.
Howard is Gabby.
Yeah, see, even when you said that, you didn't even realize that. You got to go back. You got to go back and watch it, bro.
Yeah. So now, so I'm thinking about the father. Is Frank and the father and son, are they one and the same too?
Yeah. Frank is his father. He's on life support.
Yeah.
Howard is keeping him alive.
Damn. Okay. It is a mind twist. It really like.
What I'm getting from this, Travis, that the setup that he's in a room is actually his mind.
Yeah.
On life support. Wow. I think that's going to spoil it for me.
Oh, good. Don't want to spoil it for you, Dawn, in all seriousness. But it is interesting, the whole loop, the constant loop.
Yeah.
And then the picture, the picture that comes into it all the time too, and realise that. So who do you think then? See, I don't want to. Dawn, go away.
But don't worry about me, 'cause it's fine. I like to hear movie theories. I love it.
So what do you think about the fella that was in the room next to him, the black fella?
Right. Yeah. 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 That's him. He's him
That's him as well. He's talking to himself.
talking to himself. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because what you'll notice if you watch it again is that Frank. Okay, so the I can't, for some reason, I've seen this movie 10 times. What's the anarchist's name? Fletcher May.
Yeah,
Fletcher May.
Yeah, Fletcher. Yep.
Okay, so Fletcher May is the guy talking to him through the wall, and when the power goes down, Frank asks Fletcher how he got the pipe, and he said that he broke through the wall in the bathroom. Well, at a later shot, you see that exact same frame with Frank. He has a pipe that he broke through the wall in the bathroom.
Yes, and that he uses exactly. Damn, I'm gonna have to watch it again.
Yeah, definitely.
Pick up. Yeah,
You know,
it's definitely
one of my favorite characters in the movie is the soundtrack.
Oh, okay then. Okay.
I've listened to the soundtrack while driving. I just love it.
Yeah. And I actually think it's a really good film, and such a low budget film too.
What movie is this you guys talking about? Well, it sounds good.
It's called Infinity Chamber. It's on YouTube. It's free.
Oh, okay. Is it like a short movie or one of those short films? Or...
It's feature length.
Yeah. Feature length.
Cool. All right.
Yeah, no, it's a blast.
I watch movie reaction channels, and no one has reacted to this movie yet.
Really?
Yeah.
And it was brought out in 2017 or something, 2016, whenever it was brought out.
Yeah, it's like 4 or 5 years, I think.
Yeah.
You should do a reaction to it then. This whole room should do a reaction. It'll be the first Discord reaction.
Yeah, I thought about that.
There's some reviews, which I can't see the full reaction now.
That's all right.
Oh, I found an interview with the filmmaker. Maybe you'd like that. Travis Milloy on the channel One Take.
I don't know. Say that again. What?
There's an interview with the filmmaker Travis Milloy.
Oh, okay.
On a One Take YouTube channel.
Oh, you found it?
Yeah, I can share that.
I never thought about looking up a video for the rider at all.
Maybe he knew someone on life support or something. I don't know. You always wonder, don't you, how they come up with it.
Right. Well, he does make that comment. Frank does, that he thinks that there are some things that machines shouldn't be able to do.
There should be a limit on machines.
Yeah.
Action.
Because then he says, he was ready to go. He had a full life. He was ready to go, and you guys kept him on life support for 4 years.
Oh, his name's Travis as well. That's cool.
So there's that, right?
So he wrote Pandorum as well. Maybe that's why this one's well known.
Yeah, I think I started watching Pandorum, and actually that one didn't interest me as much.
The Book of the Sun.
No, that was for Bacon. He wanted to know where that map came from, and it's on Antonio Subarat's channel.
Yeah, I'm just laughing at the name, the Book of the Sun.
Oh,
Sounds like an occult book or something.
yeah.
The ancient Egyptian Book of the Sun. My mind is telling me to remind you guys of daytime, nighttime, sexy, sexy.
Don't you? That was done yesterday, and oh my god,
It's such a strong meme that it just comes up in my head.
how he got suckered into doing that is beyond me. Actually,
I know. It's being an artist and then someone offering you attention. You kind of, your eyes glaze over and you just say, yes, okay.
like the first time someone showed me this, I really did.
It's quite a high quality video, wasn't it? God. I heard it was his mates who were prankers. Because he turned into like a flat earth messiah, was a bit over egoic with them, they decided to prank him.
Wasn't him and Patricia Steer a thing at one stage, Dawn?
Yeah, she moved here to try and live with him.
Oh, okay.
And then they fell out. He claimed she had a willy. Yeah, he still does. You ask Pete Shea about it, he will say, yep. Thanks to Antonio, we've exposed that Fisher has a willy.
Well, wow. Yes, I'm sure Pete Shea would know that.
Yeah, Pete Shea done quite a lot of research on her being a man, so he definitely agrees with Antonio.
Oh, God, wow. I don't know if I could go there. I don't think.
I used to think Mark Sargent and Patricia had like a little secret affair. Like I could tell they were all cute with each other.
Oh.
I might be wrong. I think that happened as well.
Is this before or after the Antonio fling?
I don't even remember. Before and after, possibly.
Ah. Maybe Mark was cutting Antonio's grass.
Yeah.
So to speak.
I never understood the term hot potato. What does that mean? Does it mean flat Earth and other conspiracy theories?
Yeah, it's a hot potato. Yeah.
Weird way of saying it.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Other triggering concepts. Yes, that's what they mean. I do get it.
She was fairly prominent at one stage in the flat Earth community.
Yeah, I wonder what they all moved on to. What's next?
Don't know.
Do they go back to normal jobs or do they carry on saying weird stuff for money?
Well, yeah, don't know.
Is she running some type of female Freemasonic order now?
Hey, look. There's opportunities for everyone out there. Good luck to her if she is.
What is Antonio doing?
Oh, he's no longer here. He passed away.
Oh, did he? Oh.
Yeah.
Rest in peace, Tony.
Yeah. Well, or so I heard. So
How did he die?
look, I'm not. Look, I've got no idea. All I know is that actually and even Lightwater said in the chat actually he's no longer here.
I think it was complications from cancer.
There we go. There we go.
No, I'm just sort of checking it wasn't conspiracy related. Obviously, cancer seems quite real.
You got a hot mic, Monk? Funk, you got a hot mic?
Ja.
En av de ansatte på forskerne har testet positivt.
Funk, you got a hot mic?
Ja.
Det er jo på gruppa til Emil.
Ja.
Let me try and find Antonio's Patreon.
Hey, Funk.
Maps
En
is
av
available.
forskerne har i dag testet positivt på
Funk, you got a hot mic?
Ja.
Ja, en ansatt på forskerne har i dag.
I think he's watching German porn.
Thinking about starting a Patreon for the podcast. What me and Mel do.
What you
We're
and
gonna-
Merle do?
We're gonna do.
What are you and Merle gonna do?
We're gonna do a crazy podcast of just us talking shit, looking at shit. We've only done one test episode so far.
Where is it?
Well, after we finish part 2 of the test episodes, I'm gonna put it on my channel and then link that to a new channel called New World Discussions.
New World Discussions. You and Merle. Oh goodness gracious! Well,
That was the plan. But I don't know how it's gonna go going forward.
okay. Is this like a 50-50 arrangement?
It's supposed to be me and my friend who lives near me, my MC friend, and Mel, to us three. And then we'd have guests on.
Are you going to be talking reptilians?
All sorts of mad shit. The first test episode is about this cult, a man called Rael, Royalism movement.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. I think Funk realizes now.
I think I can give you a link, Mansour, to our test episode. You can listen and see if it's funny.
All right then, send me a link.
Yeah, let me try look. Mel and my other mate are a bit perfectionists, so they're sort of saying, we need to get it right, don't upload us just chucking shit. We need to get it perfect. I'm saying, no, we just need to make it, whatever it is. We need to start making it now.
Yeah, just as they say, just do it.
Yeah.
You work out the bugs on the way. But yeah, I'll give it a gander. I'll give you my critique on it.
There you go. It's 40 minutes. I don't expect watch it quickly. I don't expect you to watch it. I expect you to watch it if you're really bored and you can't find anything else to watch.
Yeah. Podcast reels. Look here.
That was our first one, just testing Zoom.
Oh, yep.
Antonio's Patreon. Antonio Subarats is creating ways to describe this world. It's very honest.
I've watched 15 seconds of it, Dawn. And my first criticism would be the volume of the video that you're playing is it's too low.
Yeah, so any point when we're not talking, you basically got nothing to listen to, yeah.
Exactly right. You gotta adjust those volumes.
Yeah, we need to turn it right up, or I need to relay the audio back in.
Yeah.
On the edit.
Yep. Because then when you turn it up, when you guys speak, it just blows the speakers. So is this going to be a weekly thing? Is it, or just whenever?
That's quite a big issue that I got the audio wrong on this test episode. I don't know, weekly or monthly, yeah.
Yeah.
A couple of months. But since we planned this, Mel's doubled his efforts into flat Earths. We've sort of put it on hold.
He's doubled down over in gems.
Yeah.
I must say, he really has. I tuned in today for 5 minutes, and he was over there just doing the Merle thing, and yeah, I tried to have a chat to him last night or the night before, going like, I think you might have been here, Dawn. Just going like, why you do this to yourself, mate? And I can't remember his response, but it was pretty intense. His response, I think, about wanting death and destruction to all the globe.
He basically admitted he wants to bully globe Earthers for the rest of his life, forever.
Dude, I've been going at it with Mel for some reason, man.
Have you?
Yeah, I mean, it's not like super bad or anything. It's just, you know, I'll go on my little fucking trolling rants, and then he'll just get super mad at it. Just do his little Mel thing. Fuck, I gotta stop that shit.
Yeah, he's getting mad at me too.
It's alright though, man. I think everybody needs a release, right? Doing it on Discord is better than fucking doing it via fams or in public and shit.
I definitely agree with that, yeah.
Yeah, but it can't be healthy for 12, 18 hours a day, though.
No, it's definitely not. Tony's Patreon still makes £72 a month. So I hope that's I hope that's going to his family, and I'm sure it is.
Yeah. Crazy.
An extra bonus for his family. 72 quid a month.
So how's that map that he's done any different to the AE map or anything else?
Yeah, someone was talking about that today too.
He's adjusted Australia, obviously, because it looked weird. And he's added other creative licenses because he's an artist. But it's generally the AE redone by him.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
So he's just made Australia look more in proportion than what it does on the AE map.
Yeah.
Yeah. Instead of that really stretched out wide version.
Probably not just Australia. He's probably adjusted all of it. That's the main bit, obviously, that's different.
I think he just took all the countries off the regular map and just put them on this one in the
Yeah,
positions that
maybe.
they would be in.
Maybe.
Yeah, possibly.
I've got some other images here from his Patreon. Hang on.
But Dawn, I listened to some of the music things you and Merle have been doing. That's pretty good.
Oh yeah, it is.
Yeah, he's got some pretty good skills, right, with the videos.
Yeah. I want him to do more. I even offered to pay him, but he hasn't let me know his address. I even told him how to go to a post office and give me their address instead of his own. He wouldn't do that either.
To do what? Send him money?
Yeah, or a gift to say thanks.
Africa and South America.
He's making a video now about clones, apparently.
Oh yeah, him and Dallas David are onto the clones. Yeah, look at the distance, like yeah. Yeah. I see what you mean.
Yeah, so sort of used an A projection as the concept, then tried to make the distances fit observed reports and data.
I think Brian was saying it's the most, he found it the most accurate flat Earth map that he's come across. And he's looked at quite a few of them and studied a few of them. Yeah. Wonder if it's to scale, what he's done there. Looks like it might be.
I've got one here where he's coloured in red where mammoths have been found.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Mammoth territory. Yeah.
Around the middle.
Yeah.
I can notice Africa, South Africa, Africa, North America, and South America, Australia. A lot of it does look very different to how I imagine it in my head. Used to looking at a rectangle map and then stretching it round the sphere sideways in my head.
Huh. Well, he's done a bit of work though with it. How's that compare to Merle's map?
I think I'd give this the award for the best flat Earth map so far.
Yeah.
He's used the concept that most flat earthers believe in, circle that's similar to AE projection.
Yeah.
And then he's tried to adjust distances. Make the map more correct. I'm sure guys have ways to debunk this.
Oh, they try and have debunk everything, don't they, really? But Interesting. Interesting. Oh, that's funny. His lockdown day format. Did you read the description underneath it, Dawn?
On his Patreon.
Yeah, on his Patreon. He goes, the lockdown day format. This is the last public posting. All future posts will be for Patreons only. What prompted this change? The fact that out of 80 live viewers, only 30 of them gave a thumbs up, which means that 50 did not, and those 50 don't deserve getting any further freebies. Oh, that's gold. Good on him. Good on him. That's gold.
He expected the full 80 thumbs up, and
I love it. I love it. Just cut him off at the knees, Antonio. Good on you, fella. Good on you.
as well as daytime, nighttime, sexy. The other thing that I will remember about Antonio is once he pointed at a picture of the southern sky and a random star and said, "Oh, look, there's Polaris," in this really funny, like, camp posh accent.
Yeah.
And then it was memed for like 2 or 3 months afterwards that it wasn't Polaris. It was a completely different star.
Oh, okay. Good on him. Look, at least he put himself out there at the end of the day. So, and if you put yourself out there, you are going to be taking the mickey off. That is for sure. At one stage or another.
Once on Nathan managed to embarrass me, not in my mind, but in their minds, because he broke out of the flat earth debate to ask me that trick question about how long does it take you to travel 60 miles at 60 miles an hour? And I was really starting, and I took about 5 seconds to come to the answer in my head, an hour or 60 minutes. But I decided to not tell them and say no and refuse to answer.
Right.
But I thought that was the best move to do. I'm not going to play your silly quiz game. You're not a teacher. You don't get to quiz me. But they all took that as Dawn can't answer the simple trick math question.
Right.
So
Okay.
forever since then, like Tom, other people that really love Nathan in that group still tease me to this day that I can't answer the 60 miles an hour question.
Dawn can't math.
Yeah.
What do you bring for us today, Brenda? Anything exciting? Oh, and she's gone. Screenshot of a video. What's this? Oh, let's have a look at this. Light water. So is that Australia circled? Is that what that's supposed to be?
Yeah. So some people say that the AE map resembles the moon as a reflection. The darker parts of the moon.
Yeah.
I guess light water's checking.
Or Africa. Are they saying it's Africa?
Checking Antonio's one against the moon.
I saw something very similar to this that Lightwater posted. Oh, it would have been 12 or 18 months ago. There was a channel that did reflections of the moon. And it was very interesting, actually. And when you're first looking at it, you don't really notice anything. But then I don't know if it's when things are pointed out that then you notice them, if that makes sense. But if that's supposed to be Africa, what is circled, and you compare it to the other one, well, it just looks like a splodge, really.
There's a certain similarity in
Yeah,
splodges, the amount of splodges on a circle.
yeah.
And I think that's because of nature being fractal.
Possibly.
Also, it's our mind. We want to see one thing in another thing.
Yeah. I think the other one that I saw, there was more recognizable stuff. Like I said, when you first looked at it, I didn't really see anything. Then all of a sudden, when they started pointing things out, you go, "Oh yeah, that kind of does look a bit like that, and that does look a little bit like that."
Pete Shea's been saying it from the beginning. It's all a reflection from the moon.
Aristarchus.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. It is interesting. But then why isn't it a direct true reflection?
Yeah. That's a big, huge question, isn't it?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like it's sort of off to one side.
I was then thinking, if it is like a liquid, mystery liquid up there, and the twinkles, and then we're seeing a circle reflected, and people believe Earth's a circle, then it's kind of bluey. It makes sense that the Earth's reflected up in a pool above us.
Yeah.
It's like, why does it have phases? Why isn't it blue and green like the Earth? Why can't we see the clouds reflected? Why does it seem to have craters?
Yeah. Don't know. I'd want to see more Lightwater. I'd want to see more screenshots of that fellow. Vibes of Cosmos. I'm gonna YouTube him and see vibes of Cosmos. Vibes of Cosmos. Let's see what I get. Okay, plasma moon cosmology. Here we go.
Did you just say plasma moon technology?
Cosmology.
Oh my god.
Where's Grim when you want him? Actually, this looks like a pretty cool channel. Thanks for the heads up, Lightwater.
Yeah. Hey, forgive me. Were you saying something to me, brother? I just was listening.
No, I was talking to Lightwater, who I think is listening in on the YouTube channel. He just posted a link to a screenshot of the moon being a mirror, and I just YouTubed the channel itself. It looks like a cool channel.
Nice.
Yeah,
I a decent crash test on my drone up Asda. I tried to land on the flat top of car park light. I just span to the ground and hit the concrete, and my drone's
really?
fine. My drone's fine, so a good test.
Do you build your own drones, Dawn?
Yeah. Yes, but I only have one at a time. But yeah, I built them all myself.
Yep. Actually, here we go. I'll drop the link for the channel.
Cool.
Boom. Subscribe and like, peoples. Interesting look.
Moon theory.
Yeah. Looks like he's done quite a bit.
I wanted to make a. You said you build the drone down? It's like kit cars then, I guess. Like kit drones.
Yeah, it's like building a custom RC car. So you have to buy the chassis, buy the top bit, and then choose all the insides or whatever.
I wanted to build that's because of my education, but I wanted to build a drone, but I wanted to make the control system myself. And yeah, I did some research into it. I have an Arduino, for example. Like I could use an Arduino that would do it. And I also like researched some of how the control system works, how you would use it. So that's kind of interesting.
Why do you want to make your own one?
Why I wanted to make
With your own control system.
Because I know how to do it, and it would be like a nice challenge. And yeah, I know the theory behind it and all that. So
You mean with the gyro and stuff, or just the hand?
yeah, gyro and Excel. Of course, you have to. It's need to be automated, otherwise
like
it
the
would
flight firmware.
yeah, just like a stabilizer system.
Yeah.
Basically.
It's quite complicated, but also more simple than a lot of other complicated things.
I mean, there is so many guides. Even if you don't know like all the theory behind it, I think you could still maybe do it if you know a little bit of code and you know a little bit of math. I guess because like it's based on like a type of Kalman filter. So you use like you have several inputs into the system. You have like the accelerometer and the gyro. So you have both of them working together to like predict what the next input should be. So yeah, but I think you spend like a lot of time tweaking it. Like it's gonna crash, and you have to like find the variables correctly and all that shit.
There's a few guys on YouTube that don't make their own firmware. They use available stuff. They make their own quadcopter designs. So they're all freaky designs.
Yeah.
The idea that you can make something hover and fly because you know the math and stuff is quite a cool challenge for nerds. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
I don't use an accelerometer, so I only use gyro to. I don't know if I even use the gyro. I turn it all off, so it's all to do with if I can see myself upside down or the right way up, my angle. So it's just 3 axis, 6 ways of controlling on the 3 axis and throttle.
Okay.
And then it's all up to what you see, if you're straight or not.
Are you doing it through a VR headset, Dawn, or are you using like a tablet?
Yeah, VR thing. It's not VR, it's just 5.8 gig radio, but it's like being in goggles, yeah.
Yeah.
But when you drop the throttle, it doesn't like it can drift, but when you drop the sticks, it will center, right?
Yeah, it stays at 4%, 4% throttle. So they call it air mode. Some people have it on
I'm not
on a
meaning
stick.
like going up and down. I'm meaning like that's kind of like drift. But I'm talking about more like it doesn't tilt or it doesn't
No,
because
the props stay at 4% spinning, so they don't. It still falls at nearly 9.8, but it falls exactly at the orientation where you left it because
it
the
sounds like
props
you have.
still spin.
It sounds like there is a gyro or an accelerometer in there.
I think it might be the gyro just remembering its orientation.
Yeah, that's why
it doesn't need to relate to the horizon because I turn off the accelerometer.
Okay. You could do that, but I think the problem is that the gyro can drift. So if you fly for a while, it needs to know. For example, how does it know when you turn on the gyro? Not the gyro. Sorry, you turn on the drone. It doesn't know what's up and down.
No, it doesn't. It has no idea.
So it has to know, and that's why you normally use that in conjunction with the accelerometer.
Yeah, for any normal drone that you want to stay upright,
Yeah.
you need accelerometer. But sometimes I'll get stuck in a tree upside down. I need to be able to fully throttle, forwards and backwards to spin out the tree. So if I have the accelerometer on and I get stuck upside down, I then can't start. So to be able to start at any angle, I just turn it and keep it fully freestyle. I just turn the accelerometer off. That means there's no horizon lock or anything.
Yeah. It is. I would think it's like, isn't it like very easy for it to drift a lot if you don't have like an like having like sure it needs to be 4%, but even without the control system, it will still very often like float around. You know.
It drifts in the wind.
Yeah.
If it's hovering with no wind, it won't drift, even without the accelerometer. So the gyro must be doing something, but it's just not relating to the horizon.
Yeah.
Turned all of that off. It's only because I'm doing flippy flops and freestyle. Normally on a drone, you'd want that on. Like some freestyle people have horizon lock and the accelerometer turned on, but on a switch, so if their video dies and they can't see anything, they just throttle up and press horizon lock.
Yeah, and they just drop the stick, and then
they
it
know
stops.
they're upright in the sky, and they can take the goggles off and try look in the sky for it.
Interesting.
But I never fly past my video. I know how far my video goes. So.
I have a drone myself, just a cheap one, simple one. It's not very expensive.
There's the main firmware, flight firmware that controls the gyro and the accelerometer and the axis and the control mechanism. It's called Betaflight. It's open source. So if you were good at coding, you can go into the back end of that and steal some of the code, which people have done, and then they've actually sold and made an official firmware out of half the code from the open source. Made a new one to sell to people with different filtering or whatever. You could look up Betaflight nerd videos, look into the sort of code you can steal or whatever.
Oh shit. Yeah, that sounds interesting. It's kind of like drone is much simpler. Like a helicopter, it would be literally like impossible if you're
Yeah.
not like an expert in helicopter
I was going to
flying,
say
you know.
that earlier. It's an easier way to experiment with flight than a plane
Yeah,
or a
definitely.
helicopter.
It's like self-stabilizing, you know. So it's like
Yeah.
it's much easier to just make something work.
That's why they've become such good tech in the future and such good toys, because they're so stable and easy.
Yeah, cheaper to make. They're easier to fly. They are like more stable. Like there is only pros, I guess. I don't know why you have like why doesn't it exist like drones instead of helicopters?
Well, yeah, they're working on it. I don't know, because helicopters are a proven concept. Putting a person in a drone seems like more of a futuristic thing. They have got one-person drones now. Like, not fully transport like a helicopter. It's maybe
Yeah.
they think it's more dangerous and bigger because you'd have to have prop guards around the sides, wouldn't you?
Hmm.
Because the helicopter's prop is on top, so it's above everyone's head. Whereas the quad, there'd be 4 of them sticking out the sides. It's dangerous when you scale it up.
Yeah. I always thought like wouldn't you get redundancy? Maybe if you make a drone, if you make it run on 3 props, that would maybe like make it very safe comparable to helicopter.
Like, you have to have one of them on a gimbal at the back or something.
Du kan jag ta, men jag kommer ju också.
Watching, investigating, looking at this creepypasta and concept called liminal spaces. So the idea of a back room, deserted back rooms of places that make you feel uneasy. It all started with this one image online that went viral. So I'll share the one image. Yellow hallways of an empty gallery, and no one knows what it is, where it is. And it kicks off this whole cult following and people sharing images of abandoned big empty places. Thanks for that feedback, man. So what I'm going to do is search for all these clips that we watched, find the audio, and try and put it back on top.
Yeah, no dramas, Dawn. No dramas at all. I'm not gonna watch too much of it because it kind of just annoys me having the different audio levels. But that when you get that all sorted out, yeah, I'll definitely watch one a bit more thoroughly and give you more feedback too if you want.
We talked quite a lot by the end.
Hello? Hello?
What's up? What's up?
Damn.
How we doing?
Here in the hood, dog.
What's up?
I'd be struggling in the hood.
Bro, I got the gold grilling and everything. They can't see me.
Damn, the white man always trying to keep me down, man. Shit.
This guy in front of me got no plates on. His car reeks like weed. I can smell it from my car.
Right? That is the funniest. You know what's the funniest trip in a car? Is like when you smell like gas and then you're for a second you're like, what the fuck? It's my car like dying on me. So it fucks you up. So you're like, what? Wait, what? And then like eventually the smell goes away. You ever have that?
Yeah, when I was 18 and drove hoopties. We
Yeah,
drive big
but
boy cars
sometimes
now.
I drive a nice car too, but sometimes other
What
people.
kind of car you got?
I got a 2020 Hyundai.
I thought you said you had a nice car.
Well, I mean, it's not a hoopty. It's not a, it's not a
Is it
1993
a Palisade or a Tucson or something?
Elantra.
Dude, come on, bro. Are you fucking kidding me? I got a 2019 Elantra. I would not consider this a nice car.
No, I got a 2020 Elantra. It's all right.
Okay, I have a 2019 Elantra. Your model's not better than mine. Maybe a little tiny bit. It doesn't make it a nice car still.
Well, the point
if you
is,
had a Palisade, if you were like, yo, I got a Palisade or a Tucson. I used to have a Tucson, and I'd be like, all right, that's nice. You got an Elantra, bro. Those are like the shittiest ones.
yeah. Well,
I mean, I'm not hating. I got one too.
No, the accent's worse.
But...
The accent's worse. I had an accent.
Oh, is it? Are they?
I had a Hyundai accent. At 50,000 miles, there was a problem with the radiator.
Yo, I had my Tucson. My Tucson went 90,000 miles. Never had an issue. Nothing. Oil changes and tires. That was it. Oh, I changed a headlight once. One of the bulbs went out, and I had a headlight. That was like the biggest issue.
No.
Yeah, Tucsons are dope.
My Elantra is going to be fine. At night, it's going to be strong. At 100K, it's going to be fine.
Oh yeah, my shit's good. I've been 30,000 miles. I haven't had an issue yet.
No, my Elantra is going to be fine because I know how to take care of it, and I got people that take care of that shit. It's gonna be good. But one big thing is like you got to keep new tires on your car, because like we got bad roads up here in New York and New England, and all that. Like,
sorry, where do you live in New York?
I live in New England. I live in Connecticut.
Oh, all right. Yeah, I live in upstate New York, and right after winter, it's like pothole fucking heaven up out this bitch.
Yeah,
just the whole city. I live in the tri-state or the capital district, so it's Albany, Schenectady, Troy, and it's just all three of those cities are just fucking destroyed with potholes. Remember that game Pitfall from Atari?
Not really, no.
Probably not old enough. Yeah, you ain't old enough. A lot of potholes, bro.
I wasn't big into video gaming, but I hear you. I know. I know. There's potholes all year round, everywhere, all the time.
They're not bad once the crews come around and fix them up. By the end of summer, they got them all fixed up, and then it happens again in winter. At the end of winter.
Yeah. So like the potholes just put a lot of damage on cars.
They do every time you hit one of those bumps.
Your tires are basically like crash mats, if you keep them fresh, kind of helps out a little bit.
I'm waiting for the tires, the airless tires. You see those? Those are going to be fire.
Yeah, they already have those on, like on Toyota, right?
Yeah, they're not like mainstream yet though. A couple years they'll be like standard. You know what I mean?
Or what's it like? It's made out of like fiberglass and rubber or something, probably.
Yeah, some kind of mesh. Like I don't know if it's called mesh. It has this infrastructure inside the tire so that it flexes.
Well, why would that be better than air?
Oh, bro, it's like a million times. Okay, no flat tires.
Right.
Boom, right. I got you right there.
Right.
Right, no flat tires. It's fucking huge, bro. You know how inconvenient a flat tire is, and you got to send some little old lady gets it. You got to send a tow truck out. Maybe she gets mugged or raped while she's waiting for the guy to come. Like, maybe you blow a tire while you're doing 75 on the highway and you fucking crash into another car. You know what I'm saying? Like, no flat tires is fucking priceless.
I'm thinking about price point. Like, how much more expensive is it to transport airless tires? You know what I mean?
Well,
how much heavier is the shipping cost and stuff?
You can't put a price. Listen, if my mom's driving down the road and blows a tire out and fucking loses control of the car and crashes into another car and dies, price on that, bro. Priceless.
You ever blow out a tire on the highway?
Fucking scary. I did it when it was.
That shit's a trip.
Once I was doing like 70 miles an hour on a throughway. I almost fucking crashed.
That shit's a trip, man. I did that once. Luckily, it was a rear tire. So
I gotta go. I'm going inside. My wife's home. I'll be back in a few minutes. Yeah. Maybe.
Hello.
There's some dude in Gem's room, right? He is trolling the fuck out of everyone in there. Like, I gotta admit, man, this guy's got some good trolling skills. He's got literally the whole room up in fucking God knows what, just talking about gay, like people being gay and shit. It's crazy. Not that any of you guys cared, but.
Hello.
Oh,
Are you a flurf? Are you a
no.
fluffer?
I'm not the first.
What are you then? Are you even real?
No.
Okay. You a glober? Sphere cuck?
Very
Globetard? A NASA shill?
Careful, sir. Words like that might get you out of the server.
Oh, sorry about that. Are you a
problem.
sphere? Are you a sphere cuck?
I might be a sphere cock.
Are you a ball gagger? You're not
Are
a
you a
ball
ball?
gagger.
Are you a ball buster?
Ball buster. No, because I believe in the ball. I believe in ball. No, I don't think the Earth is a pizza, like flat earthers. Because the flat Earth model is literally a pizza. I don't think we live on a pizza. Do you think we live on a pizza?
It's weird how people are using the word literally now, because they say literally when it's actually not literally.
Yeah, and I try to use it correctly.
And you just
What
did.
the flat earthers
I
do
did.
to Octobers all the time. We live on a spinning. I don't know what the hell they want to call it.
Ball.
Testicle.
Spinning testicle. Yeah, that's what they use.
No, but the thing
I'm not
is
sure
nobody claims we live on a spinning ball, because when you say spinning, you're kind of implying that like you spin a basketball on your finger and you spin it and then it eventually falls off, but the Earth is not really spinning. It's more like just moving through a system. It's orbiting, not per se spinning.
Oh, it does spin though.
Yeah, I mean in the most autistic sense it does spin, but it's a more correct term is it's rotating, right? And it's orbiting around the sun.
Rotate and spin is the same thing, I would say.
Yeah. Bygones.
Would it be more convenient or more inconvenient if we actually lived on a pizza? On one thing, that would give like plenty of nourishment, but then
Yeah,
the
but you would
cheese
have
is sticky
pools of boiling hot oil that you could fall into and die.
It would get stinky pretty quickly.
Yeah, mold everywhere.
And there would be a big table in the middle that like would probably block out the sun sometimes.
A big white table, big white plastic table.
Yep.
Right.
The kids' table.
If you want to fight somebody, I can invite Jim. Yo.
Sure.
What is your best globe evidence of all lives matter?
Let me see. What is it?
What is your best globe evidence?
What is my best globe evidence?
Yes.
I seen the curve with my own eyes.
Oh, really?
Really?
Oh,
Really?
That's not my
Yeah.
Really?
First man in history.
I got you to advance so they landed.
Whenever I go to the coastline, it just the horizon looks curved, and it looks like boats are moving over the curve. It doesn't appear to be flat. Not like when you're on a pond and it's just flat like glass in the morning. It's not like that.
How come you're not telling us that story at the other server?
Bastard.
Because
What
I'm
other
around.
server?
Because I have to talk differently among autistic kids.
Oh, okay. I'll be sure to leave a reminder.
All right, gotcha. Come on,
So,
Dice. I'm just playing around. Come on, man. Give me a hard time.
so you see curved with your own eyes, huh?
Yep.
Cool.
That's what happens when you
Self-evident.
got reptilian pupils.
Must have something, Di.
You got fisheye eyeballs?
Reptilians. Reptilians? Are you David Icke?
I thought when we looked at round things, we only see 2D. So when we see a ball, don't we just see 2D?
I think
So how
there's
can you
shadows and
say
depth,
curve?
right? Human eye can pick up on depth, right?
There is that.
Human eye only perceives in 2 dimension.
There you go.
Hmm.
So therefore, you could never prove anything in 3D.
Yeah, you don't see
Individually,
3D.
yes, but you have two eyes.
Well-
You can combine them to create a dimensional perception.
Literally, the
But
eyeballs.
that's just perception. You really see 2D. And you can't
Yeah.
really use parallax on a ball which is far away.
Yeah, yeah.
So how do you know it's 3-dimensional then?
Oh,
Well,
you
the
have a
brain can
three-dimensional-
infer that there's depth.
Yeah, your three-dimensional perception is not going to be able to distinguish between things that are very far. It doesn't mean you no longer have a three-dimensional perspective.
You don't have a 3-dimensional. Listen, you don't see 3D. That's just a straight up fact of how eyeballs work.
Yeah, I just said that both eyes individually they capture 2D images. Your brain combines both of them and give you a three-dimensional perception.
Well, you can maybe perceive it. However, that perception can be fooled into thinking something's 3D when it's not.
Does your brain even
That's very hard
render,
to
bro?
do. Yeah, that's very hard to do when you're looking to something with both of your eyes. Like I need to give your eyes different images to create that perception.
Yeah,
of course,
actually,
of
a
course this
3-dimensional
can-
effect only works for really close things, though. Other than that, we use parallax or like texture and shadow.
Yeah, that works for one way, yeah, but that's still 2-dimension, yeah.
Like I'm not quite sure, but I'm guessing like at like 10, 20 meters and further away. I don't think the fact that you have two eyes would matter. I think I
Sure.
It doesn't matter at
to
2
close-
inches or
close-
2 miles. Either way, you can be fooled into thinking a 2-dimensional object is 3D.
Yeah, but the fact that you can be fooled doesn't change the fact that we do have a perception on three-dimensional things.
Yeah.
Close.
And you also
Sure, it doesn't tell you.
And also like so what you're saying now is it looks like it's a 3-dimensional spherical object.
Hmm?
Yeah,
So it
what?
sounds
I don't know.
like
You
Jeremy
rambled
says,
something. Now I'm never going to be able to respond to what the other guy said. But go ahead.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, I was just saying to the flat earthers, so you agree that it looks like it's a 3-dimensional sphere. It's just that we can't know 100% from just taking a picture.
No, I think flat earthers use pictures all the time to help prove their model. I think we all accept that photography and human eye counts towards the evidence file.
Oh, it's harder to share human eye. It's easier to share pictures. Yeah, exactly.
Documented observations.
And when we look to, like, if you take a picture of the beach and you'll take a look at the picture you took, and then you look at the picture with your eyes, like, you don't see that much difference. So you can use the picture because you know from experience that that's pretty close to what you'd see with your own eyes. That is easier to share, and that's more trustworthy than you saying what you saw.
High definition photos.
Yeah, next time you're at the beach, not at the coast, right? And you can see curvature, take a picture.
I know I sure as hell would never film a boat and then see the boat disappear into a circle. It would disappear bottom up.
Which can happen on a flat surface. Proves nothing.
Not sure about that.
Yeah, you can when
I mean,
the
when I see
water,
somebody
the water
walking
is
away from
warmer
me
than the
on
air.
the street, they're not disappearing bottom up.
Well, how would it look like on a globe?
The way it looks, bottom up.
Yeah, I'm asking the other guy. They say this can happen on flat Earth. That means, like, that you can see far wouldn't matter anything because you can see far away on both a globe and a flat Earth, and you can also see things disappear bottom up, both on globe and flat Earth. So, the hell, what evidence is there for flat Earth?
I don't know what the fuck. What'd you say?
I'm saying, if you say that things can
No,
disappear
start over,
on.
bro. Start over. You already messed up, and I didn't understand what your first like 4 words were.
Did I mess up? How can I understand that I messed up if I didn't hear?
I didn't. You said like 3 or 4 words, and they didn't make sense. It wasn't incoherent.
Okay, so I said if things can look like they disappear bottom up, both on the globe and the flat Earth.
Now what?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Sorry, what?
Things can look like they disappear bottom up, both on the globe and the flat Earth.
Okay. Now what?
Yeah, and things can also look like they are far away on the globe and the flat Earth. Yeah, like you can see things pretty far away on the globe, both the globe and the flat Earth.
Okay.
Okay, so what evidence is there for flat Earth?
The fact that there's no curvature.
But this is the evidence you use for a flat Earth, which can also prove globe Earth. It's just so it's inconclusive because you said these evidences can be used for both.
Oh shit!
We said it's a fact that there's no curvature.
Yeah, how is
Yeah.
things
Wondering how
disappearing
he
bottom up
verified that.
a uniquely flat Earth phenomenon?
Like
how is things
Didn't say it
disappearing
was.
bottom up
Didn't
uniquely
say it
flat
was.
Earth phenomenon?
Never said it was.
Well, if you think the Earth's flat, that's what you're saying, right?
Nope.
So,
but why would you see things disappear bottom up on the flat Earth?
refraction.
You're making progress with them, Jeremy. I can feel it.
Yeah, I know, Banta. I know. Ruhif was in here last night. Ruhif was in here last night telling me that he's measuring from the center of the sphere to the surface of the sphere, and that it's spherical geometry. But then I had to explain to him what spherical geometry was, and he wouldn't concede. We're not getting anywhere, dude. We're not getting anywhere with these people. It's never going to end. They're just fucking either dumb or liars. Straight up.
No. We're better off talking about how we can make 20 cents on a cell phone, Jeremy. That'd be better
Back
progress.
from Walmart.
Yeah.
Back from Walmart and Target. Cell phones.
I think you're not gonna get. I think you're not gonna get your answer, Funk.
Yeah, I asked the question. You just that you just won and you just didn't respond.
He didn't respond. He says we are dumb or what was the other one?
No,
Or liar. That was the answer.
It's not as though you haven't heard these answers before. You've heard all the answers before. So
No,
what
I mean, actually, Ben, actually, people give different answers for this question.
No.
Yes,
I
yes,
heard
I
so
got
many
different
answers.
Yeah, I got different answers for this question. Funk got different answers to this question, so it makes sense so that we can ask it. So we know what's your guys' perspective. Because that varies. It's not a unique response from the flat side on why things
Because there could
disappear
be
bottom
multiple ways. There could be multiple ways something could
up.
disappear
Some
bottom
of
up,
them
right?
are just no, not
I
genuinely. Like some of the answers are just wrong.
Bacon, you've been in this realm for a while. You've heard Jeremy talk for a while, and you've heard him give these answers. So he has.
That's why I answered for him. That's why I gave the answer that I think Jeremy would give.
What was the answer you thought I would give?
I said refraction.
Sure, that's good. It's a good one. Could have refraction or magnification or something. Yeah.
What do you mean? Magnification wouldn't be refraction?
This is a specific type.
But it's still refraction. It's not a different
Okay.
answer. The same answer.
Okay.
But there's a problem because I mean this type of refraction that we see over surfaces is easy to replicate in small scales, and what we see is that to get the horizon being created by refraction and obstructing something, you would need less dense air in the bottom, and it start to get denser as you go higher up. That doesn't happen. Like
So you can do it on a small scale, say like in a fish tank, can you? Through sugar water.
no, not just with fish tank. You can actually do it with air itself. Like you can
With air
just
itself. So you can replicate the atmosphere in a fish tank, can you?
no.
Yeah,
I didn't
according
say
to
the
Rumpus,
atmosphere.
that if you just have a tank or a jar container full of air, that's not the atmosphere. I mean,
That's
one
right.
of your own guys has been adamantly
I'm
making
not
this
saying that.
argument for
Yes,
years now that
but I
air
didn't
is not
say
the
that.
atmosphere.
But I didn't say that I'm replicating the atmosphere. I said I'm replicating refraction.
And not in the
With
atmosphere.
air.
No.
With
but
air.
not in the atmosphere. But not in the atmosphere.
That is in the atmosphere.
No. Air is not the atmosphere. You need to talk to
I'm not
Rumpus. He's been arguing for years. Air is not the atmosphere.
I was in that discussion. With Rumpus.
So air is the
No one's
atmosphere.
saying air is the atmosphere.
Okay, what is it? So what sort of air are you testing it in? Oxygen, hydrogen, carbon? Like what sort of air?
Atmospheric air. The same air of the atmosphere. Because I'm
Okay, so
receiving
it's
the
got all
atmosphere.
the same properties. You're doing it over water. You got different weather conditions. You got different humidities, different pressures, all this sort of stuff. You've been able to replicate it on a small
No, because
scale.
I'm not making claims. I'm not making. Just listen first. You don't even know what the replication I'm referring to, and you already are in denial of it. So why don't you ask what I'm talking about before you answer it?
Have you replicated refraction that we see on a small scale?
What do you mean? Like which refraction are you referring to?
Any of them on a small? Have you replicated the refraction and different atmospheric effects that we see on a small scale?
Yeah, some of them. Yeah, I mean, not me myself, but
Okay,
I've
then.
seen
So
replications of.
then how have you replicated the atmosphere and what we look through on a small scale?
Yeah, one example is you can create a gradient of temperature instead of a gradient of pressure. And when you have like the denser air in the bottom because it's colder, that creates zooming. When you have hotter when you have hotter air in the bottom, so it's a less dense air, you have things sinking. But the thing is when you try to do that, when you try to create a hot surface to create this sinking, you he only works for like a small layer, because naturally you have lighter things rising and denser things sinking. So just as you go away from that surface, you'll get back to the normal, like denser to less dense, going bottom up. So that gives you mirages, because if you have an inverse gradient, you cannot have mirages, because the duplication of mirage only happens because you have two different gradients, right? If you have a single gradient, you're not going to have replication. I mean, that's pretty easy to replicate and to understand, and we can easily see how that matches the refraction of horizon observations.
So, have you replicated this thing on a small scale? Have you replicated the Earth on a small scale to test out these theories, what we look through? Or are you
The
just
Earth?
doing it? Yeah, exactly right. Because that's what we're looking through. We're looking through an atmosphere on the Earth. So you're making all these claims in all these controlled different environments and equating that to what we see.
No, I'm not equating that. I'm not equating that.
Wow.
I'm just no. I'm just saying, like, to create those. I mean, if we play with air temperature, we can create very similar effects, and so we can understand how those effects are happening.
So
it doesn't mean we're replicating the whole Earth. We're just replicating the effect of refraction and understanding how it works. That's all.
Yeah. Okay. And this effect works over a small scale, right? So equating that to a larger scale, the corridor that we're looking through, right? Have you been able to do that? Because if you're going to replicate it through a corridor, right, you're going to have all different changing things. You've got earth underneath, you've got water, you've got dampness in the soil, you've got sun, you've got wind, you've got clouds, you've got birds fluttering around, you've got all these different things that take in that you have to take into consideration.
Sure.
All right? Okay.
Yeah, but once you do that,
what
you
you're
can use your use your brain. Wait, you can use your brain.
No, you can't. You can't equate one to the other.
I'm
not
not.
at all.
I'm not
You
equating
are.
one to the other.
That's what
No,
you're trying to do.
No, you're just Ben.
No,
You have to listen to what I am saying instead of
But what you're trying to
projecting.
hold on 2 seconds.
No,
What
you are.
you're trying to do, you're trying to do a Ruhif, right? And you think
You're
that
not even.
you've got these Excel spreadsheets with weather balloon
No, I'm
calculations,
not talking about weather balloon
right? And
calculation.
you equate the same refractive indexes
Ben,
for
you're not listening to what I'm saying.
everything. Well, you're not letting me finish my sentence, and then I
Because
can.
that has nothing to do with what I said.
Oh, go ahead. Whatever.
You're just I
Whatever.
mean, you're just
Sure.
not listening. I
You're not
don't
letting
think.
me finish.
Sorry.
Go. I'll go on mute.
Yeah, I wasn't saying any of that. That's just it's pretty simple what I'm saying. We can replicate those effects and understand how they happen. It doesn't mean we're going to ignore every other thing. It doesn't mean we're ignore wind. We're going to ignore birds and all those things you mentioned. Doesn't require that we ignore them. Understanding how the effect of refraction works does not require ignoring all of that. But understanding how they work can be used to judge observations of the horizon. I'm not saying these replications are exactly the same as the atmosphere or are exactly the same as the whole distance over the horizon. That's not what I'm saying at all. They're just replications of one thing, which is refraction. So you can understand how it works. So when you're looking to the horizon and you see refraction, you can judge that refraction better because now you understand how it works. Do you understand that?
I think what you do is take a very generalized thing and equate it to everything that we see.
Just explained that's not what I'm doing. Okay, so we see refraction, right? We agree with that.
You see the effects of refraction.
Yeah, we see the effects of refraction. We agree with that, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Right. So if we can replicate those effects, we can understand how they work. Right?
Can we?
Yes. So the light is going through air.
Mm-hmm.
If we can play with air density, temperature, humidity, and see how that affects the path of light, we can now understand what's going on when we see the effect of refraction.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. So that's all I'm saying. Like
and what's your refraction taking into account that we see 7/6R?
No, I'm not using any specific value. The thing is,
don't they use 7/6R for refraction?
that's average. Usually, yeah.
And what do they need for that average?
Observations.
Yeah, I don't know. You'll have to help me out, Jeremy. Isn't it something to do with the circumference of the Earth? The
7/6R. You need the R.
But I'm not talking about 7/6R. You are like that.
Well,
that isn't.
That's the refraction formula.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm just talking about understanding what happens to the path of light. That's all I'm saying. I'm not talking about the radius of the Earth yet. I'm just saying, well, if we play with air, temperature, humidity, pressure, things like this, we play with them and see how that affects the path of light, how that distorts the image that is going through that air, we can understand how those variables affect the path of light. That's all I'm saying. I'm not even referring to the shape of the Earth yet. I'm not talking about.
Talk about refraction on the Earth. They invoke 7/6R, Bacon.
You know why? Do you understand what that means?
Because it has to fit in with the model of the globe.
No. I'm asking if you know what that 6/7R means.
Do I know what it means?
Yes.
No, not at all.
Right. So why is that an issue for you?
All I know is that the R stands for the radius of the Earth, and that's all I need to know about it.
Yeah, but nothing that I said comes after that value. The value comes after what I said.
Yeah.
So the value for standard refraction is based on what I'm saying, not the other way around. What I'm saying is not based on that. You understand it?
Well, when they're talking about the refraction, what we're looking through the atmosphere, they're using 7/6R, Bacon, and that
But I'm
invokes.
not asking. But I'm not using 7/6R here. I'm not asking to do that. I'm not doing. That's not what I'm doing. Like you're arguing against what someone else has said, not what I'm saying. Against what I'm saying. I don't care about standard refraction.
Mm-hmm.
All I'm saying now is that how we can understand how the difference in air temperature affect the path of light. That is unrelated to. I mean, that's prior to what you're saying. So what you're saying comes after it.
And how can we understand it when we test it on such a small scale, Gummy? When we're not testing it in the atmosphere?
Well, it is in the atmosphere.
Well, not on a small scale. It's not. It doesn't even come close to representing what we see on a small scale. If you're testing something in a fish tank and you're trying to test refraction, it doesn't represent the atmosphere.
No,
and
I
what
didn't say a fish tank. Like the experiment. Wait.
A warehouse, whatever.
Yeah, but the experiment I'm picturing, It's not even in a fish tank. It's just an open experiment.
An open experiment.
Yes.
An open experiment where?
In the ground, like in the
In the
ground of a
ground.
room.
For,
Yeah.
for the ground of a room.
Mm-hmm.
In a room. So it's not even outside. It's just in a room.
Oh, it can be outside. It doesn't matter.
Be outside. For
the
how
walls.
long?
Sorry.
For how long? How long does this experiment go?
For a couple of seconds.
No, but how long is it? Is it like 10 meters, 20 meters,
No,
1
no.
kilometer,
I
50
think
kilometers?
it's like 5 meters, something like this.
Five meters. So
Mm-hmm.
an experiment that is 5 meters long, you can
Mm-hmm.
then equate to something that we're looking at that's a kilometer, 2
No,
kilometers,
you
or
keep
3
saying
kilometers
that.
away.
You keep saying that, but I'm not doing that. I'm not
Well,
equating.
you said the experiment was 5 meters long. I didn't say that. You said that.
No. What you're saying that is that I'm equating that to the atmosphere. I'm not equating that to the atmosphere.
Well, I said to you.
I understand. I understand that there's a lot more going on in the atmosphere. I understand that. I understand that there are much bigger distance in those observations than in these experiments. I understand that. I'm not saying that you can use.
You understand it, mate. Okay, then. So now we're doing these tests over such a short distance of 5 meters. Okay, they're outside in a paddock for argument's sake, and then now we can stretch this experiment out over 5 miles.
No, you don't have to stretch the experiment.
Well, one would think that you would have to try and replicate the atmosphere somewhat to have an accurate.
But that's not the point. That's not the point of the experiment. The experiment is not meant to replicate the atmosphere. That's what I think the problem of this discussion is, because that's not what the experiment is trying to do. That's what I'm saying.
If you try and work out what refraction is in the atmosphere, wouldn't you want to try and do it in atmospheric conditions over some sort of length?
Yeah, actually, this experiment is meant to understand how different temperatures affect the path of light. That's all it's meant to understand. So if you play with air temperature, and that affects the path of light, and you can keep playing with it and getting a very good understanding on how that works.
So how does that then equate to what we see in real life, in actual fact? Because I know myself, just walking along the beach with a little infrared thermometer, right? And I pointed down at the water for argument's sake, and it's reading, I don't know, let's just say 28 degrees, right? And I've done this, and I take 5 steps and I point it again, and it reads 28.2, right? I take another 5 steps, and now it reads 27.9. It's varying all the time, right? Now, and you can walk 100 steps up the beach, and it'll vary by 2 degrees or 3 degrees, that water temperature.
True.
Okay. So this varying temperature, right, that is close to the water and would equate a little bit above the water as well. Right? How are these sort of things tested? Not only just over water, over land, where you're going to get different varying temperatures and dramatic at some places, depending on the depth of the soil, the saturation of the soil, the vegetation on the soil, all these bits and pieces. How does this little small test of 5 meters help you understand what refraction is like in the real world?
Why wouldn't it? Just because you're wait, let me answer you. Let me answer you. Just because you're giving an example in which there are much more variables doesn't mean we can't understand those variables. Like, if we're doing an experiment with less variables, they're more isolated. It's even easier to understand what they do. Now, when you say, well, but the change in temperature over the water of the ocean is much bigger. Sure, that doesn't affect what we learned. That just makes it more complicated. to figure out what's going on. That doesn't invalidate the experiment. The experiment isn't supposed to be a replication of that. It's supposed to give you an understanding of how temperature of the air can affect the path of light.
Okay, and you can write algorithms and formulas to help you work out what you see. Yeah.
You can use it to model things to see if you're understanding.
So
yes,
okay,
because
okay, I've just dropped a video. Right?
Mhm.
And if you go through this video for argument's sake, right? And it's only a
Mhm.
very short video, but you know, what sort of possible calculations can you, over such a short distance, can you write to be able to work out what we're seeing in that video there?
I wouldn't say a calculation. I would say a model.
A model. You can model this on a small scale, can you?
Yeah, models can do. You can create big scale models like
You
can
can model what the effect that we see in this video. You can model this on a small scale, can you?
Well, when I'm saying model, I'm thinking of a computational model that doesn't have a scale that can be as big as you want. Right?
So you can't replicate it in any way, shape, or form. You can't build something in a
You
really
said
big.
you said in any way, shape, or form. No, we can replicate it in some way, shape, or form. Not exactly like it is on the real world, because that has a lot of variables. That's too much variables to replicate.
That's
But we
my
can
point.
replicate some of them. Yeah, but we can replicate some of them.
Some of them. You can replicate some of them, but
yeah,
you can't
and
possibly replicate all of them, right? So then,
sure, but I can model all of them and test
yeah,
what
well,
I
how
learned from some of them.
yeah, but how do any of these computations, right, reflect in the real world of what we're seeing?
Sorry, what was the question?
How do any of these computations reflect what we see? Because you just said there are too many to model and replicate.
No, there are too many to replicate, not too many to model. You can use a lot of variables in your model. Like for example, if you create a model that replicates the models how light works given air temperature, you can then spread a lot of different temperatures across the atmosphere and see how that affects light in the model. So the model is not restricted to a few variables. The experiments are, but the experiments give you an understanding on how those variables affect the path of light. And now you can model those effects in a much more complicated scenario. So yes, you can model a complicated scenario, but you cannot test that at once because you cannot isolate the variables.
So you could model exactly what we're seeing here in this video, right?
Yeah.
Without doing any magical photography or CGI. This would all come through a model, would it?
I'm not sure if I understand the question. Like, are you asking if I can produce those sort of observations in a model?
Through a model, yeah.
Sure.
Sure? Well, that'd be interesting to see. Actually, if you could model what we see and how we see it and why we would see it, it'd be interesting to see.
Yeah, I think
it'd be interesting to see how you could model what we see there, because I don't think you could model what we see there.
Why not?
I don't think you could.
Why?
Because I think there are too many variables.
Yes, of course you wouldn't know exactly all the variables, but you can know enough variables to make it very close. Which means that let me just finish the sentence. Which means that the variables that are missing aren't that relevant.
So, what variables would you need to know to be able to reproduce what we see in that video?
Well, we need the height of the objects that we're seeing, their distance to the observer. We would need to know the gradient of temperature, or something close to the gradient of temperature. Like if you give me,
how do you know the height of those things that we see in the video, Bacon? Because how do we know what we see is even where we see it?
oh no, of course I'm assuming you would know how high they are, so you can model it. Of course, you don't model things you don't know. You model things you do know, right?
Exactly, because what we see isn't what we see, is it? So you don't know. You just now have to guesstimate how high.
No. I wouldn't estimate. I would. I mean, if I want to model a situation like that, I would need to have those values. I would need to know how far that is, because that's what modeling. I don't think you're. Maybe you're thinking of something else when I'm saying modeling it. What do you understand by me saying that?
Well, I think you're doing a computer model.
Yeah, what do you think that means? Like, what would the computer model do? What's a computer model?
Well, I think it's a computer model, and you put in all the variables, and that's going to tell us exactly what we're going to see according to those variables.
Yes. What does the model contains? What do you think the model has?
A program, software, lots of zero ones in jumbled up.
That's not what I'm asking. Like, what is the model modeling? Like, what are you putting on the model?
Well, you have to put in everything, wouldn't you? Every single variable to be able to predict what we see.
Yeah, the most relevant ones.
Not the most relevant ones, every single one of them. Not the most relevant.
Okay. Let's say there's. Look at the video. Like, look at the picture. Let me just. Let's say there's an ant in the dirt at some point, and I don't know that, and I don't put the ant in the dirt. That's not gonna make the model fail, because there's an ant missing, right? The ant is a variable. The ant affects somewhat the picture, but if I don't see the ant there, then don't put it there, that is still gonna be pretty damn accurate if I have all the other variables but the ant. Not every variable is going to.
What about seaweed? What about seaweed that is drifting just underneath the surface that is affecting the temperature of the water? Have you got that in there?
If I have the temperature of the water, then the how do you call it? The seaweed.
Seaweed.
Yeah, the seaweed wouldn't be an issue if I had the temperature, because if the seaweed is only affecting it because of its temperature, if I get the temperature, then I don't need the seaweed, right?
This reminds me of a story. I used to deliver Chinese food, and this little kid was like, "Hey, you want some candy?" The little Chinese kid. I was like, "Sure." It looked like a little, I don't know, Airhead kind of Jolly Rancher thing. I'm eating it. I'm like, "Yo, what is this? It tastes weird." He's like, "Oh, it's seaweed." I was like, "Ugh."
And what about the whale farts, Bacon?
Yeah, do you think that a picture with and without whale fart are going to look very different?
Well, if a whale farts, it's going to affect the temperature and the gases, isn't it?
Sure. And do you think when a whale farts, that changes the picture of things above the water? When the whale farts, you can see difference on the picture?
Of
Think that's the case?
Of course. Right in that very spot, it's going to affect what you see. 100%.
Right, yeah. If that's what you believe, then no point on continuing then.
Really, we're talking about all the different variables. You only want to take into account a few of the variables, right? Or the most important variables.
Not
right?
just the most important. You can use
replicate what we see. Right?
You're just assuming that a whale fart is going to change radically a picture.
I'm talking everything, Bacon. Everything.
Yeah, but I'm comparing. No, wait. I'm saying before the whale fart and after the whale fart. would the picture look different? And you're saying yes, it would look very different. Then yeah, I don't think there's any point in continuing, because I don't know how I can convince you about something if that's what you believe. Then yeah, I just rest my case.
Well, I don't know if it would or wouldn't, right? But it is a variable, right? That's never taken into consideration.
Well, if you won't change, if a whale farts in the ocean and nothing suddenly changes, then yeah, I can ignore whale fart.
You also need to figure out if Mercury is in retrograde or not, because that'll affect something. That's a variable.
There we go. This is Travis's area.
What you do need to do is get, in order to know if the object's appearing higher or lower than its actual position. Do you know what you need to do? You need to get an actual position on it.
Sure, yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah. So so tell me, we're looking at a ship in the distance. How do we get its? I'm an observer. How do I know where that object should be in my vision? The actual position. You don't know?
I already said that, Joe.
Because you agreed that we would need this actual position, and now you don't know how to even do it. So
yeah,
you're
I
the
don't
whole
know
thing.
if
You're
I
saying,
don't. Yeah, but I don't have the actual position, so I don't know how I would do it. Right?
And so it's a variable. It's a variable that you can't factor in.
But I'm not making claims about both that I don't know how far they are. Am I?
Anything having to deal with refraction, you're going to need an actual position on it to know how the refraction's messing with it.
Sure.
You're making claims of what we see, Bacon.
You agree that you need an actual position, but you don't have any actual positions for anything. So how do you know how refraction's working?
Who says I don't?
Okay, I'm standing at a. Give me a scenario of something we know and actually have an actual position of.
Anytime you have a GPS in your hand, you know the actual position.
I'm looking at it. I'm looking at something. How do I know where it actually is in my vision? GPS isn't going to tell me. Google it. Google it. Good idea.
It's not me typing, but
I can hear you Googling frantically.
I'm not sure who the one is who's writing, but even if someone is Googling, that doesn't change anything. Anytime
it doesn't change the fact that you don't have an actual position. I know. It doesn't change that.
I don't think you're getting what my point is. My point is you can play with air temperature, see how that affects light, and then understand how air temperature affects light. And when you see things across the horizon, and you know, for example, more or less how the air is, how the air temperature gradient is, you can know if light can bend, let's say, upwards or downwards based on that gradient. It's not going to be very precise because you don't know exactly the temperature at every point in the whole path of light. But if you know more or less how the gradient is, you can rule out some things. Like if you measure a gradient that is colder in the bottom and hotter in the upper position, that cannot give you an opposite effect, because you would need the gradient to be opposite of what you're measuring. So yeah, you might not know the actual position, but if that's the gradient, you know that light is going to be bending downwards. So the position is going to be higher than it is. You won't have a value for how much higher, but you know
You're guessing. You're guessing it's higher. You don't know if that's actually the case because you don't have an actual position. You need to have an actual position to know if the object was actually higher or lower.
Or I can understand how the temperature of the air affects light.
Okay, but you don't know if there's you don't know if there's other effects at play. What if there's magnification happening?
That's still light going through different index of refraction.
That would make the light. That would make things go down with distance.
Yeah, but what?
You're not counting. You're not counting for that. You don't even know if it's there because you've never gotten an actual position, dude. This is nonsense.
No. You're saying what if there's other effects? You're saying what if there are other effects, other than refraction, and then you're just exemplifying refraction, which is exactly what I'm trying to account for.
You can't mimic this over the short scale. You can't mimic it. If you're going to try to mimic refraction over a short scale in a lab or over 10 or 20 feet, I'm going to measure how much the water curves over that same distance, if that's how you want to come to conclusions.
Sure.
Sure, you're fine with that? So the water's
I'm
not
fine with
curving
that
over
as long
20
as
feet.
you.
The water's not curving over 20 feet. There we go. That water.
No, no, no.
Are you still fine
wasn't
with it or
finished.
no?
I wasn't finished. I said yes. I said yes, and I would proceed saying, as long as you give me a margin of error.
There's no curve. No curve over 10
What's
feet
your
of
margin
water.
of error?
You can't
What's your
measure it. It's
margin of error?
immeasurable. It's immeasurable.
What's your margin of
You
error?
can't measure water curving over 20 feet.
Okay. With what margin of error?
Can you measure it? Can you measure it?
No.
Okay, water's not curving over 20 feet. There we go. If we're going to judge a refraction over 20 feet, we're going to judge water curving over 20 feet. It's not happening. You can't measure it. Boom, case closed.
Yeah, but your margin of error increase together with your extrapolation, right? As you said yourself, the difference between the arc length and a chord line is usually very small. So if that's under your power of measurement, then yeah, you won't detect it. But if it's a very big chord line, then the difference between the chord line and the arc length becomes more significant. That might might be bigger than the margin of error of a measuring tool. So at that point, you would see curvature. So
Bandsaw, you believe it? Oh, my bad. I thought you were done. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's not that it was never curvature. The curvature that was before was under your margin of error. So if you don't have a margin of error, you can't make the extrapolation.
Bandsaw, you believe this guy Ruif last night tried to say he was doing spherical geometry and then invoked the center of the Earth.
Yeah.
To the surface.
Yeah.
And then he wouldn't concede that he was wrong or he made a mistake or it's not spherical geometry. Dude, these people are fucking ridiculous, dude. Absolutely ridiculous. I'm so sick and disgusted with all of these fucking people. It's obnoxious.
Why do you? I mean, you keep asking like, why do we come here? Why do you come here?
I didn't ask that at all. I didn't ask that.
Yeah. Yes. You're saying.
I literally did not ask why do we come. Why do you come here?
Well,
I don't care why you
remember
come
we
here.
conversing. Yeah. Well, why were you talking about it when you were saying that if we come here because there's some merit, otherwise we wouldn't come here, something like this. So the discussion was about why we come here, and you were arguing on that discussion. So I wouldn't say
3 days
you
ago,
don't
yeah, I
care.
was arguing for if I went into a room and the people said cows could fly, and there was no merit to anything they were saying, I wouldn't say. I'd be like, you guys are fucking idiots. This is nonsense. There's no merit to anything you're saying. I'm leaving.
Right, like you guys are so convinced of where you are, right? So convinced, and you've got no questions, no nothing, and yet day in day out, you come here trying to convince us of where we are. And
But
what
Bandsaw, if you summarize our position that way, then we can summarize your position that you don't know anything about where you are. You only know a little bit about where you really aren't, but the rest is just you have no clue. You sit
also,
in here knowing still nothing and just denying.
that's fine, right? Right, but we're doing what we do, right? You guys seem to have a mission, right, to convince us of what you think we are getting wrong.
Yeah, because education is a good thing.
So what, you're my teacher, are you?
No. The reason people come in here.
Why do I need educating?
Because you don't know something, so you need education.
Oh,
So it
okay.
works.
And it's your mission to do that.
Not mine. I'm not saying that that's my goal for being here, but
Someone's hey Travis, you're roboting, buddy. You're roboting really hard, Travis.
Travis, you're robotic. That's a fucking shocker.
Travis, jump out of your truck and jump back in, run beside it or something.
Real quick. Yeah.
No. Try again. Is it me? Is it him?
It's him. Travis,
Yeah.
you're roboting.
Come on, Travis. Bloody hell, Jeremy, Discord keep me off. Earlier on, I was hitting here with Travis. In Discord, keep me off about 15 times in a row. It's driving me crazy.
I just bought 6 phones today. 6 phones today.
6, man. Man, you are raking in the money, Jeremy.
Yeah, I know.
I just find it funny with all these studies on refraction and whatnot. It's like they can predict something and model it.
Find it funny that you can predict something by modeling it?
You can't predict what we see through the atmosphere.
That's your opinion on it, but we seem to have very good predictions of it.
Okay. Tomorrow's going to be 28 degrees here, all right, where I am. Where's Kangaroo Island going to appear to me, knowing that information with your models?
Well, that is not enough information. That alone is not enough information.
So how much more information do you need?
I'm pretty sure you went over this with Bacon or someone. Information you need.
So I need a hell of a lot, wouldn't I?
A decent amount, yeah. I'm not sure if I would classify it as a hell of a lot, but yeah.
Well,
That's more of a subjective.
Okay, then. So what would you call a decent amount? What's the decent amount?
A decent amount would be about maybe 10 different figures of different numbers.
Just 10. Just 10.
About, yeah.
Okay then. Okay. So for something that is 17 kilometers away from me above water, you'd only need 10 different bits of information to be able to tell me what I'm going to see and exactly where I'm going to see it.
When you say exactly, what is your margin of error there?
Oh, so what would your margin of error be? 50-50? 50-50?
No, I'd probably say it depends on how you want to quantify it, but like I'd say within like 10% accuracy.
10%?
Yeah.
10% accuracy. Damn, that's good. That's impressive, Gummy. Over 17 kilometers. You only need like 10 different, like a temperature, like where I am in Kangaroo Island. Like, what else would you need? There's 2 bits of information. What else would you need?
Probably temperature readings from 4 locations, or like so from where you are, and then on ground level where you are a bit higher up, and then the same at Kangaroo Island. So temperature reading at the ground and a little bit higher up.
So 4 different temperature readings. What else would you need?
Distances, of course.
Yeah.
Probably elevation of the different, because of course you need to know what the actual elevation is of.
Yeah. On the beach. I'm on the beach.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah. And then possibly, I mean, the time of day would also be important because you need to know whether the sun is shining straight on you or not.
Okay, let's go 17 past 8 in the morning.
Let's see, what else do we have? We need to know if there's some sort of weather event going on close by, like a low pressure or high pressure zone.
Okay. Yeah.
Could be quite important.
Okay.
That should be about it. Then you should
What
be able to
about
get.
what about water temperature?
Well, that could be interesting, but since we're already taking a temperature reading towards the ground, that is already influenced by the water temperature. But if we want it to be a little bit more accurate, then sure, that could be good as well.
A little bit more. What about water depth?
That's not important.
Oh, I'd say in front of Kangaroo Island is very seeing there's a big shipping channel there where the water just rushes through and the temperature can change by 5 degrees in a matter of minutes.
Well, the temperature of the water could change that quickly, but it's not going to change the temperature of the air that quickly. Air is a pretty good insulator, actually.
Most definitely, it's going to change what I'm looking at from a low position on the ground over that water, and most definitely, it's going to change what I see. It's going to change evaporation rates. It's going to change the air temperature. It's going to change a lot of different things.
Yeah, but how quickly?
Very quickly. It's a very dynamic system. What we look through, Gummy. You know this. Very dynamic.
Saying it's dynamic is not the same as saying it'll change completely on a dime.
It can change.
2 seconds later, you'll see something totally different.
Yeah, it's always changing. You see how mirages look, how they're all shimmery. They look all shimmery. They're changing all the time. Shimmer, 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 shimmer. They're not consistent. It's not like looking in a mirror. It's all shimmery. So it's changing in front of you every single millisecond. That's why they look shimmery. If that's a scientific word, but might not be. I don't know what the scientific word for shimmery is.
That's pretty scientific.
That's pretty scientific. Thanks, Branch.
Would you classify that as being a big change or a small change? I would say it's a small change.
I would consider it to be hundreds and thousands of little changes.
Necessarily mean that together they make a big change.
Of course they make a big change because that's why it shimmers and moves and dances around in front of you.
But so if you have like thousands of random little thingies, a lot of them will cancel each other out.
They cancel each other out?
So if one little effect makes it go a little bit up, another makes it go a little bit down. Well, now you're back where you started. That can happen many, many times over.
Hundreds and thousands of times in a second, probably.
Yeah, and that's fine if it is in such a way where a lot of them do up, a lot of them do down. Well, then on average together, they're not going to do that much.
But we're trying to model what I see, Gummy. I want to see exactly. I want to see in the model exactly what I see.
Want the so do you don't want just a still picture of what you see. You want a continuous prediction with shimmer, with everything.
I want everything. I want the whole kit and caboodle. I'm greedy.
Then of course we would need a bit more than what I've suggested so far, because I thought you wanted just a prediction of what you'd see in during a moment, not over a longer time period, including all the small tiny variations.
So, for you to model what I see in a particular moment, I would put it to you, you would still need hundreds of thousands of different bits of information to be able to reproduce that single shot image.
Well, there's a difference between reproducing and predicting.
I would put it to you that you would need hundreds of thousands of different bits and pieces of information to predict what I'm going to see in a snapshot image.
You get the difference between the overall effect of what you'll see versus the miniature details of what you'll see.
We want to see what we see, right? That's what we want to see. So we know what we see, but now you're saying that we can now model what we see. And I put it to you that you can't model what we see because you can't possibly fathom the amounts of bits of information that you need to be able to even start to model it.
Because what you're asking is to model an exact replica of reality. Of course, that's not going to happen.
Of course, that's what I'm asking for.
That is that's a what's the word? Too
Impossible?
big of an ask.
Too big of an ask, right? Like, because I know you can model, say, light going through some sugar water in a fish tank. You can do that like quite easily, right? No problems whatsoever. But now it's too big of an ask to
Ask for an
try.
exact replica of reality. Yes.
Yes, right.
That is
You
too
can't
big of
even.
an ask.
You can't even produce half of what I've asked for. Not even half.
Yes, super easy.
No, you can't. No, you can't. Because I said you needed hundreds and thousands of bits of information. So now we only need 50,000 bits of information, and you can't even get that.
No, it's not. It doesn't work like that. Just because you want half the result doesn't mean you need half the variables. If you only want half the result, you only really need a few variables.
A few? Gee, that's amazing.
The more accurate you want to be, the more you need variables. The more exponentially, the more precise you need the variables. Go from kind of accurate.
So
Go from
only
kind of accurate to extremely accurate. You need a huge number of variables.
So to only predict half of what we see, we don't need 50% of the information. We only need a 15th of a percentage of the information to predict half of what we see.
It does depend on what you mean by half, because if you mean by half as in just splitting the image in half and looking at one side, that's not what I mean by half.
No, I know you don't. No.
Just to be clear, that would be that wouldn't work. That then I would not say what I'm saying. Just to be clear.
Oh, okay. I'm clear on your clarity.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, help me out, Jeremy. Get those 6 iPhones all booted up, mate. We need that computing power.
Get that crypto brain running.
I'm trying to set them up right now. I ain't got time for these guys, bro. I got shit to do.
What crypto are you running right now?
Jeremy, come on, help me out.
Bro, what do you need, dude? They don't have an actual position. They're telling you, hey, this is where we're seeing it from its actual position, yet they don't have an actual position. He even agreed that you would need an actual position 10 minutes ago. Remember?
I know. But now they want to predict what we're going to see with only a 15th of the amount of information.
A 15th?
Yeah, a fortnight ago, a 15th of it.
Ooh, that's it.
Damn, Jeremy.
That's that shit. Yeah. What I'm talking about.
God damn, you okay, man?
He's
That was a
dying.
good
That's that bubonic. That's that bubonic chronic.
He's dying live on air.
I know, right? Imagine that. Oh my god, that'd be so embarrassing.
Get those phones set up first, Jeremy, so you got something to leave the fan.
Oh, yeah, I got instructions. It'll be all right.
It'll be all right.
I got the crypto ticket in for him. I got all the instructions all written down and simple, so my wife could follow it.
Damn. Got it covered.
All the accounts, everything is all good. I'm trying to figure out why I can't send an email from one phone to another. Why the fuck is this email not picking this up?
Did you hit refresh?
Yes,
Refresh.
Branch. I hit refresh, of course.
Hit send and receive.
Yes, I know how fucking emails work.
Shut up, Raj. You're not being helpful.
You sure you're online?
Holy shit.
Branch, don't you have a program to write for Kosho?
No.
Or you backed out? You're gonna make him do
No,
it
I didn't
himself?
back out. I don't write code.
What code were you supposed to write?
Hold on, is Kosho trying to get you to write the program for Doge Dash?
Yeah, it's gonna pick up a
No,
pix.
I
It's
told
gonna.
him that I would help him out with the VMs.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah, that's
pixel.
for Doge Dash.
Yeah.
Did he get the thing? Did he get the macro written?
I don't think the macro is gonna be done, dude. Let's just don't tell Kosho I said that, but I just don't think the macro is gonna work.
You told
Yeah.
him.
Did I say that?
Yes, you
Well,
did.
if there's only two, if
Fuck,
there's
he
only
must
two
be
maps,
so mad at me then.
if there's only
Like,
two
did I say it
maps,
in a nice way or a bad way?
if there's only two maps and you try the first macro and it don't work, then you just do the second one and it works. Like why
Yeah,
why is it not gonna
I
work?
really think they randomize it, bro. I don't think it's that easy. They gotta be a retarded ass company if it's not randomized.
Well, I think that's why they're switching it to a 3D world.
What macro are you talking about? What world?
But I did send him a link to something that he can use to distinguish between the two maps.
You told him, Branch, that you had this pixel picking up software.
Yeah, I sent him a link to that.
Yeah, and he was frothing at the mouth, frothing
I
at
did. I
the.
sent him the link. You know what though, Bansor? He wouldn't have got the link if he didn't tell me to send it, because I totally forgot to send it to him.
Oh, did you?
I tried to install it just to see if it was there, and then I don't know, dude. I think I just got sidetracked.
He was excited. He was in heaven when he heard that.
Oh no, it definitely works. Like, yeah, look, here's the picture I sent him.
He thought he was going to be making like 20 grand a day after he heard you talk.
Oh, you would ruin their whole game. I told Coach, I'm like, yo, just make a couple dollars a day off it. You don't need to make fucking $1,000 a day with 800 virtual machines. Like, just set it up on a computer and have it run you like $5 a day or something. If you start siphoning hundreds and hundreds of dollars an hour or whatever out of it, you're gonna fucking ruin their liquidity pool, and there won't be anything to cash out after that. Like, you could either hit them once big time right now, or fucking, slow. If you do it slowly over time, the thing might grow. So your little $5 a day now can end up being 50 a day in the future. Like, it makes no sense to ruin the whole thing.
Dude, there's no company in the world that's that fucking dumb, bro.
I don't know about that.
But there you go. Look, that's exactly what I promised him, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, he's got it now. Apparently, he was going to give you 20 cents a day, Jeremy.
What's up? I got the email to work.
I bumped it up to 25 for you, Jeremy. So I got your back like that.
Yo, I'm telling you, bro, that shit sounds silly. How do you think these big corporations make fucking millions of dollars every day? They sell a million things and make 10 cents on them. How much money do you think Heinz makes on a bottle of ketchup? 20 cents, 10 cents?
Did you know what I'm pissed about, yeah? Why don't they sell fucking Heinz baked beans in America?
I didn't even know that was a thing.
Heinz baked beans are fucking delicious, man.
That sounds good. Yeah, I've never heard of them. I never even heard of them
like,
until just now.
Jeremy, if you have like an Indian store near you, or fucking yeah, probably an Indian store.
Oh, we got mad Indian stores. You know what heads are loving these days? Guyanese people. There's mad Guyanese people in my whole area.
You know what? Guyanese people probably have it too, because like there's a big African.
And you can spot them, and you could spot the Guyanese people's homes from a mile away because they put these crazy fences and shit up. They'd be putting these wild gates up in front of their house, like it's just obvious a Guyanese person lives at a house. You can tell.
All right, man. Next time you can walk past one of those shops, just go in there and buy a single can of Heinz baked beans.
If they got it.
They'll have it.
In barbecue sauce. Heinz baked beans in barbecue sauce. Oh my god.
So you guys have the same baked beans as the Brits, right, Banso?
Yeah. Yep. It's a bomb.
And trust me, man, Jeremy, I know the beans we have in America is fucking so fucking different. I bet you won't even like. I don't know. I think you'll like them.
I like baked beans.
You gotta get those Bush baked beans, not the Heinz.
That's what That's what I'm used to. The Bush one, yeah.
Nah, man,
The
I can't
gold
fuck with that
can.
shit, bro. Like, I guess like barbecue beans is good with barbecue, right? But it's just a totally different flavor, man.
Well, you can have traditional. Sure.
Yeah, I mean, like you're not gonna have like barbecue. The way that our beans are in America, yeah, it's not like a breakfast food.
No.
No, it's more of a side dish to a lunch or a dinner.
Man, I have baked beans on toast for breakfast. What the hell?
Right, Jeremy? Nobody fucking here in their right mind would fucking eat beans for breakfast.
That's like some cowboy shit, bro, from the fucking 1800s or something. Yeah, nobody eats. We would do that we probably wouldn't even do that for lunch. I mean, that'd be a heavy lunch right there. That's like some dinner shit. You could do it for lunch, I guess, a little thing aside of baked beans, but definitely not breakfast. I mean, I would eat them I don't give a fuck about all that. Like, I'll eat cereal at night or eggs at night or crazy shit in the morning. Like, it don't matter for me, really. Like, if I want it, I want it. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah,
There's times I want cereal at nighttime.
So
Then
if
I
you
have
got
mad
some
cereal.
good ass leftovers in the morning, you can eat that shit for breakfast.
Yeah, I'll eat a whole fucking chicken and rice dinner. Do a little wake and bake, have some chicken and rice, fucking at 9 a.m. or something, whatever. That shit didn't work. Fuck.
Damn it, Gummy Bear left.
Listen, Ruhif was trying to. I'm still bugging on this Ruhif thing. I was so pissed at him last night. I may have said some things that were not so nice, but he probably deserved it.
Oh, Jeremy.
I gotta give you props on the fucking the whale farts.
The whale farts.
Bro, even if they had all that bandsaw, even if they had all that information in the optical corridor above and below it and through it, even if they had that, It doesn't matter. You still then you need to get you need that, and then you need to get an actual position, and then you could be like, oh, okay, these are the conditions that make it appear higher, or these are the conditions that make it appear lower.
But even if they've got the position, Jeremy, they want you to think that they can model it and replicate it, and
They don't
can't.
have a position. They don't have an actual position, Bandsaw.
Yeah, no, I know that, mate. I know they don't have the actual position. I know, right? But I humour them sometimes, right? And then I throw in
know.
whale.
Dude, Jeremy, if you're able to bring in whale files into your next fucking flat Earth conversation, and I'll be giving you props too, bro.
Bro, what I do, I made someone say banana twice. Yo, you should have seen the rumpus or diagrams I'd be having Rumpus draw, bro. They're fucking off the hook, dude. Let me get Rumpus on a diagram, bro. I'll have crazy shit happening.
Yeah, but the problem with Rumpus is that that's too easy, dude. It's like
But still. Can you remember Jeremy on Brandon's show when Rumpus was on there and he was drawing these little pictures, right? And he's labeling everything, and I got him to change the font to Comic Sans.
Bro, one night I had so many points. One night there was so many points and lines all over the screen. I'm like, yo, I got carried away with it. I was at work and wasn't paying attention to what I was doing. But if I was like focused, I could have made him. I could have made him get way more lines. But it looks fucking nuts. Like I had up to point G. He wouldn't do point G, so I had A, B, C, D, E, F. All those points. At all those points. Then I had tangents. I had tangents going everywhere, verticals coming off all the point. Like it was crazy. I was having them draw. I'm like, okay, point A to the where.
It's gold, isn't it? It's gold.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Brayden had him doing a good one with the rockets. Rumpus did a diagram showing how rockets work.
Man, I swear, dude, like as Hellboy, I think I totally fucked him up one time. Just went straight balls to the walls, right? But I still don't think he knows that I'm fucking Hellboy.
Oh, really?
No. Who is it?
The Rumpus. Like I fucking we had a full blown fucking argument and shit.
Oh my goodness!
Like it was. I mean, I don't think he's gonna remember, but like, I'm pretty sure he doesn't know that I'm Hellboy though.
Damn.
Yeah, Rumpus and his diagrams, they make me die, man.
There is only one Rumpus. Thank goodness. Thank goodness.
Fuck the diagrams, man. I was just fucking with him about like Rumpus is the original person who reminds me of Rimmer. Well, there's no Brits in the fucking room. Never mind, dude. You guys ain't gonna know who Rimmer is, are you?
Nah.
Red Dwarf?
Are there any rappers here?
Oh, Red Dwarf. Oh, I know Red Dwarf.
Rimmer.
Yeah. Okay.
Rimmer. The fucking hologram dude.
Yeah. I've only watched like one episode of it, Branch.
Oh, okay.
So you didn't like Infinity Chamber?
Who are you asking?
You.
I didn't watch it at all. Should I give it another try?
You need to watch all of it.
Yeah. See, for me, dude, sometimes if the acting's real shit, I just get turned off.
Yeah. It gets better. If you only watched like 15 minutes of it, it does get better.
The one I posted,
Mandela.
Yeah, that one's good. Like that one has shit acting too, but I actually watched the whole thing, and I actually liked it. I don't like a lot of B movies, but this is a good one, and it fits in with the whole fucking flat Earth narrative too. Like,
yeah.
You got a VPN, right, to watch it with?
No.
Man.
No. I'll get my 3-year-old grandson to hook me up with it.
With a VPN?
Yeah. He'll do it. The kids are whiz.
I can probably find you a link, dude. I just hate. I'll send you a link.
Alright.
Which I assume is going to work in Australia.
Not much does, man. It's crazy.
Oh, the shit's fucking. It's not like a legal site, so.
I don't understand. Make a video game. Look at what Minecraft did with their library, right? The way people get around heavy restrictions on countries putting like bans on stuff. You know how China's like heavy strict with their internet.
Yeah.
The way people are getting around it is they got Minecraft and they just put a library inside Minecraft, right? So now those people can get access to all of the stuff.
Nah,
You know what I'm
dude,
saying?
so I went to China, right? And fucking, I even went and bought a separate VPN just so I wouldn't have to fuck with that shit. When I got there, all I had to do was just sign into my work VPN. I could watch whatever the fuck I want, browse whatever site I want. Like, it's not even like, I think that in America, we think it's a lot worse than it actually is. Because even when I wasn't on the VPN, dude, like, it's not like it was that restricted. I could still YouTube and I could still pull up fucking some videos and shit. It wasn't that bad.
I think Bacon got frustrated with me. And Gummy Bear. It's funny. Their motivation is to educate us. That's gold, to educate us. Gummy's a smart dude, though. Must say.
They're idiots or they're liars. Idiots or liars. You got to pick one. It's a dichotomy.
He's book smart, Jeremy. He's book smart.
Some of these guys are not really. I don't know. I'd beg to differ.
Well, he seems to know the stuff that's in the books. Thanks, Branch.
Maybe. Some of them do. Some of them do.
I just want to talk you round and round in circles. Round and round in circles. Is Geo not
Do you
doing
drive?
shows anymore? Sorry, Laurie.
No, you go ahead.
No, it's all right. You jump in, man. I've been talking a lot.
Hey, Banter.
Yeah, man.
I sent you a link.
Yep.
But before you click the link, just make sure you have do you have like a blocker on your browser?
A blocker? No.
Like you don't block you don't block anything on your website on your browser?
No.
All right. What browser do you use?
I'm using
Chrome. Okay, fuck it. Use Chrome.
I'm using Chrome. Yeah, Chrome Bing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Get something called uBlock. You should always be running uBlock if you use Chrome. Everyone in the room should be. If you're
Really?
not fucking yeah.
Why?
Because someone can fuck with your machine if you don't.
uBlocker.
It's just called just if you just search for uBlock as a thing.
Yeah.
Then you'll be good. But you should always be running that shit anyway. Put that shit on first, then click on the link, and if that works, this website you can watch any movie you want for free, like literally any movie you want. But just don't share the link, because I don't want the website getting shut down.
No. uBlock. If you want an ad blocker for Firefox, Chrome, or Safari, uBlock is here. That one. Yeah. uBlock. Okay, hold on. Let me check it out. This better not fuck up my computer branch. Add uBlock. Okay. Add extension. Okay.
Right, it's like a shield with UD on it, right?
And it says here, extension guard has blocked uBlock free ad blocker from installing.
Hold on. How did you get uBlock?
I went to fucking Chrome and I typed in uBlocker.
Okay, go to.
How do you think I got it?
But it wasn't blocker, right? It was uBlock.
uBlock. Yes, uBlock. UBLOCK. uBlock.
All right, man. So when you click on on the left side of Chrome, you got those three dots, right? And you go to extensions.
Yeah, hold on. Extensions. Yep. Yeah. I'm here.
Never mind, dude, I'm being retarded.
Right,
What are you
don't
doing?
have Bandsaw doing any goofy shit, please.
Man, he's about to bloody put a virus on my computer. I feel
No,
it.
he's just goofy.
Oh, I need to get to the Chrome Web Store, right? So
It's not like malicious. It's not like with malicious intent. It's just like
no, the problem is this is like I use a browser for this, so every time I click off the browser, I can't talk. But go to the Chrome Web Store, right?
The Chrome Web Store. What the fuck?
Chrome.
What the hell? What are you doing to me?
Chrome.google.com.
Chrome. .google.com.
Yeah.
Oh, this sounds dodgy as all. Anything. Okay, Google Chrome. The browser built by Google. I've already got the Google Chrome. I don't need it again.
Should be at the web store, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and on the top right or the top left, there should be a little search thing, right?
Nah. No search bar. You've sent me into nowhere land, Branch. Hold on. Go back here. U-block origin. That's what Lightwater's saying. I'm going to try that. U-block origin. U-block origin. Because Lightwater is the man.
That's what you want. U-block origin.
Yes, here we are. Here we
you
go.
go, man. Whatever the
Lightwater.
fuck you installed beforehand, make sure you take that shit off.
Make sure I do what?
Didn't you accidentally install some other shit?
No, I stopped it.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, I stopped it. So get U-block origin. Get it. I'm getting it.
Everyone should be using uBlock Origin. If you're going to use
Okay,
Chrome,
hold on. We're getting it. Add extension. I'm adding it. Extension guard has blocked uBlock Origin from installing.
Bro, I get paid for them ads. That shit you're blocking, I get paid to do. I get paid to watch them.
Well, now you're only going to get 19 cents a day, Jeremy.
No, keep blocking
are you sure?
them.
Are
Keep
you
blocking
sure you're
them, bro.
using Chrome? I get it. You got extension guard as one of your things. Can you hit accept?
I'm hitting accept, and yes, I can.
Yeah, it's totally trustable. I wouldn't fucking tell you to put some bullshit on your machine.
Here we go. Something's happening.
All right, now you can click the link I sent you.
Now, uBlock Origin has been added to AVG Secure Browser.
All right, now here's the thing, right? Click on the link I sent you, and then back out one level, and just see all the fucking movies you can watch. But I'm talking about fucking movies that are like literally in the theater right now. You can just stream them.
Okay, hold on. Here we go. So click that link. Okay, here we go. Yep.
It does work in Australia, right?
Damn. Thanks, Branch. Thanks, Lightwater. The man.
I mean, if you share it with the people in the room right now, that's totally okay. But
no, I'm not.
Keep it calm down, guys. Don't let it go wild because it'll get shut down with quickness.
No, I might share it with my kids. They're totally untrustable. What have we got here? Butterfly effect. Look at all the movies, man. Heaps.
There's literally every fucking movie out there.
Here we go. Hold on.
Fucked up shit is I got like 6 of these sites I can use, right? But I still fucking pay for Netflix and shit. And I pay for Netflix so my fucking nephew can use it. And that's some fucking shit.
That's all right. What do we got? You got VidCloud, Streamlayer, Upstream, Hydrax, and dollar effect. Enter keywords. So this has got all the latest stuff on it, Branch.
Yeah, just hit home, dude. Like, where it says DiviCast, just click on the word DiviCast.
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
Okay. And
look at this. Yeah.
I just said what the site is.
No way. No way. Here we go. Bang. Movies. Here we go. COVID-19 invasion. Oh, no way. They've made a movie about it already. That's sick. Thanks, Branch. Appreciate it.
Yeah,
Time you fucking did something around here, Branch.
Yeah.
Jeremy, you must already have sites like this, right?
Have what?
Sites like that?
Bro, I get paid to watch those ads. I'm not trying to block any of them.
Nah, man, you gotta block that shit, bro.
Dude, I get
the reason
paid to watch
I
them.
didn't tell
That's
him to
literally
do
like
that.
what I do.
To block the ads. Okay, you block Origin doesn't. I don't give a fuck about watching ads. Right? What that's actually blocking is malware and shit. That's
Yeah,
what
I got an antivirus. Of course.
Your antivirus goes as far as it can, but I mean, if you want to browse safely, you gotta have some type of blockers like that too.
I got it. My antivirus has that, yes. It's not just random ads that come up on my shit. It's the ones I get paid to. I'm just saying, like,
I mean,
because so many people have them blocked now.
and it has a filter that says you still want to see ads, but it will still give you the protection that it gives, and you can still watch ads.
You get full protection.
It's not full protection, but it's better than nothing.
It's like wearing two. It's like wearing two rubbers.
Actually, wearing two rubbers is worse than wearing one, isn't it?
Don't know, mate.
I've never worn two rubbers.
I would not know. Actually, I've got 7 kids, but I don't know how to use them.
You see, man, I keep my shit on wraps.
You don't know how to use 7 kids?
Mate, in this country, we can't legally have slaves, so I decided to have children.
That's what my dad did. I was working like 40 hours a week when I was 13.
Yeah, man, we had the best kept garden and lawns in the street. I can tell you.
There was a comedian who said, sorry.
I used to make the kids wash out the wheelie bins, the rubbish bins, right? And then they walked up and down the street and said to all the neighbours, once a week we'll wash the bins out. They charged them for it, right? And that was their first part-time job in the street, in the neighbourhood, washing out wheelie bins once a week. I taught them well. Cash money.
Maybe I should just buy some kids from China or some shit.
So now having this on here, now when I watch YouTube, I won't get ads or anything on YouTube. It stops all that stuff too.
It stops everything, dude. Like even if you go to like Yahoo or anything, it stops all that.
Cool.
I can't believe you've been fucking using internet without this shit.
I just use it, Branch. What the hell?
This shit that we just take for granted and you just think like everybody's using it.
Yeah. My son's always been telling me I should be using Tor to be doing everything on. Yeah.
Like, Tor is only if you're doing some shady shit. You don't do shady shit, do you?
I think my kids do.
Like basically what Tor would do is like if I want to talk to some website, instead of me talking to the website, it would jump 7 different places before I talk to the website. And it will send that same data back to 7 different places and then come back to me. So it makes it hard as fuck to track me going to the website.
Probably you can't. Okay. You're probably right. Probably can't do everything. My kids are probably just up to some shady shit. They live in their bedrooms. They're mining cryptocurrency, right?
The problem is, like when you have those 7 jumps, it gets slow as fuck. You can't watch movies over 12.
They're mining cryptocurrency for free using my power.
Oh yeah, wait till he gets that new machine bandsaw. That fucking $9 a day or whatever you're getting from your panels. That shit's gonna be negative.
I tell you what, man. Like I told you this graphics card that he wants to buy is $1,800. $1,800.
Yeah, that shit uses like $5 a day in electricity or something crazy. Like,
Fuck that, man. Like $1,800 back when I was a kid was a shit ton of money. My parents never bought me anything that expensive.
No, I'm not buying it for him, man. He's got 2 part-time jobs. He makes more money.
Bandsaw ain't getting wrapped up in that nonsense. He's already paying for the fucking electricity. Jesus, what more do you want? That's a great. This kid's making out like a fucking bandit.
Man,
making out better than bandsaw to bandit.
Man, he makes so much money.
Learned it from the best.
My 2 youngest sons, man, they make more money than most people do in a full-time job. They've got 2 part-time jobs, man. They go to school full-time. Man, they are killing it. They are killing it. They own their own cars. They don't even have licenses, and they own their own cars. Like, what the fuck?
You know what? I kind of understand why they want you to use a fucking Tor browser now. Because they're doing shady shit, so they don't want your shit tracked either.
No, they ain't doing nothing. They ain't doing nothing shady. Just mining crypto, that's all.
Yeah, they're mining crypto.
You never use Tor to mine crypto.
I told him I'm going to start charging him rent.
Oh, hell yeah. I give the kids 1 year of bandsaw. We have 5 kids, right? The kids got 1 year after they graduate high school, right?
Yeah.
I don't care what you do. If you go to college, if you're in college at the end of that year, you don't have to pay rent.
Yeah.
If you're not in college and you're still here, you got to pay rent.
Exactly right. You got to pay your way. You got to pay your way, Jeremy.
Yeah, but don't you want them to go do college outside of home?
No, that's so expensive. Hell no. And what? End up in $300,000 debt at the end of it for what?
I mean, rent.
Fuck that. That's a trap. That's that money trap. Then they get you to buy a house. You got a 30-year mortgage. You get a car. You get a car payment. That's how they get you from having all these fucking payments.
But Jeremy, that was like the best part of fucking university.
Bro, you could take all that money and fucking buy a house with it.
Yeah.
Bandsaw knows and stuff.
And buy 50 mega bloody graphics cards and just be mining crypto. Have your 3 houses full of solar panels.
Oh, hell yeah, bro. What you need to do is get 50 more solar panels, a couple wind turbines, about 10 of those cards your kid's going to get. Tell them to just put 10 on a credit card and just buy 10 of them.
Yeah, exactly. They're learning coding at the moment, my sons. They're learning Python and is it CC+?
C++ probably.
Yeah. They're learning that.
No, C++, bro. That's better than C++.
Jesus Christ, Branch.
Well, when they first told me they were learning CC+, I go, what about D+?
CC+ though is super old and shit. Like they're probably using C#.
Better go for a B-.
Yeah.
C# is like the shit people use today. C++, if they work for an old ass company who hasn't upgraded this shit.
I don't know. They're learning it all, Branch.
You learn C++ because if you know C++, then C# is just a given.
Man, I don't know what they do in their room, Branch. They're probably up to all sort of bloody shady stuff.
I will tell you this, man. Like, I've fucked around with programmers, like not like physically, but like, in a work environment for a very long time, and a lot of them, they don't do shady shit. They just want to go to work, and get paid, and go home, and fuck their wife.
Shady shit's where the money's at, Branch.
Not really, bro. You know where the money's at. The money's at the money's at getting to like an architect level. You basically get with a company long enough to be an architect. You'll be making like about 2.5 a year.
Yeah.
Well, I mean like 250 grand a year.
Oh, is that all?
Now that's fucking. I think that's good money. That's a shit ton more than I've made. Well, not a lot more, but it's more than I've made. I used to fucking have to give fuckers that make that much money their annual review and shit. Like, good job, bro. Here's your fucking raise. Another fucking 60 grand. Or no, not 60 grand, but you know, it's usually about 3%.
Someone was talking to me about programming and backdoors and all this sort of stuff, and I asked him what sort of porn sites he was looking at.
Oh, you know what I did? I found it.
Just don't watch porn at work. It's not a hard thing to not do, right?
That's why you.
It's easier than it sounds. Easier said than done.
Have you watched Jeremy? Jeremy, dude, for reals.
When you see it, with a computer console that's not being used, like the
Motherfucker, you got a cell phone. If you really need the urge, use your fucking cell phone.
But it's such a small screen, Branch.
That's true. It's, you know, you can't really
Right.
get your jollies.
You want the widescreen experience.
All right, you gotta have your peripheral vision. Dude, you know what I should post. We don't have a non-safe for work room, do we? Here.
No.
So I saw for the first time ever, I saw linked in other rooms, not safe for work, point of view, but for a woman.
But there's so many foreign places. You really need to have one everywhere. Like that's what I mean. Like you need one in every single fucking Discord room and every fucking other website.
No,
like,
I mean the reason I
when's it gonna
said
be
that,
enough?
Jeremy, is because like this is the first time I've seen this shit, which is like point of view from a woman's perspective, though.
Okay.
There's always a man's perspective when you see point of view shit, and this was like just a small clip of point of view, like from a woman's side.
That's gay. That's a little gay.
That's
If you're gonna watch that, you might as well just watch two dudes fucking. Because what's the difference?
Well, no, it was that is true, but it was just fucking weird to see. I mean, I'm talking about a 20-second clip. You know, I'm not talking about watching a whole porn.
So you're only gay for 20 seconds?
No, like that's why I said there's no say because there's just like a post in another Discord.
I'm just fucking with you, Rich.
You're not really gay if it's only for 20 seconds.
We still love
That
you.
doesn't make me gay
Or
anyway,
if it's
like,
for over $1 million.
You think that fucking Jeremy calling me gay would make me worried?
If it's over $1 million, it's not gay. No, for real. If you suck a dick, you suck a dick and get $1 million, no one's gonna be like, "Yo."
It depends on who's gonna know. And
it doesn't matter if
all that
everyone
type of
knows. You
shit.
can't be like, "Yo, I got $1 million."
I'll be honest with you, if it was like nobody would ever know.
I don't care if everyone knew. Who cares?
No, if everybody knew,
I got $1 million.
I'd rather be.
It's
I
legit.
would never do that shit for $1 million if it was public knowledge.
I'll put that shit on Pornhub.
Fuck that. $1 million? You sell your fucking soul for $1 million?
What do you mean?
That's your fucking life gone right there, bro.
Why? What do you mean?
You're gonna be the cunt who
Dude, I tap on cell phones for a living.
No, who sucked the dick for $1 million?
Dude, that happens. That probably happens all the time. Chicks do it
You
for way
want to
less.
be that person for the rest of your life, though.
Dudes and chicks do it for way less. Every day.
It doesn't matter, bro. I mean, don't worry about what the other bitches are doing. Do you want to be that bitch?
If I get $1 million in the end, I'm fine with it.
Dude, what's $1 million gonna get you, bro? I think you're happy right now. You don't
I am
need
happy.
fucking...
I'd be much happier with $1 million, though.
No, you wouldn't be.
Hell yeah, dude.
No, you wouldn't.
For
Trust
your
me,
kids,
Jeremy,
man.
you wouldn't be that much happier.
I could set up trust funds. I went to set
What
up
ended up
trust
happening,
funds
right?
for the kids
Your
once. It
wife,
cost $5.
first of all, she's gonna get all these dirty looks. Like, did your husband really suck that guy's dick? And then she's gonna leave you. Yeah, and she's gonna take the kids, and you're gonna be stuck in this little house by yourself with your $1 million.
Okay, and when I die, and my kids are getting trust fund money for the rest of their life,
With $1 million?
no one's gonna care.
Do you
Yeah,
really think
bro.
$1 million is shit today?
What?
$1 million ain't shit, bro.
Dude, you get 10% off that easy. That's 100 G's
How
a
you gonna
year.
get 10%?
Bro, you get
You can't
10%
fucking throw that
easy.
shit in crypto. Not
My
the way you
Edward
do it.
Jones guy did like 14% last year or something. I killed it last year with my
What are
maybe it was a
interest
year
rates
before.
today? If you want to be
Dude,
safe about that shit, interest rates are balls fucking low. You could put it in CDs and shit, and max you're gonna get what, maybe about 3%.
Bro, listen. My kids will be getting money every month for the rest of their lives, and their kids' kids.
Of $1 million.
Off $1 million, yes. Easy. I'm telling you, you're gonna get 50 G's or 100 G's a year at least.
Yeah, you're right. They'll get money, but they're not gonna get a lot of money.
Who cares, dude? Listen. If you get 20 G's a year every year for the
Jeremy,
rest of your
man,
life,
you wouldn't sell your
that's
life for that shit, bro. I don't think you would suck dick for $1 million.
I'll put it in escrow, bro. I'm telling you right now. I'll do a money shot and everything. Listen, is this live on YouTube?
Yo, money shot.
It is actually. It is.
Well, I mean, what do you want,
That
bro? I
would
need
be
$1 million.
fucking...
$1 million
I did
is
check, bro. Before I went down this line of conversation, I did check.
someone's gonna clip that on YouTube, Jeremy.
I know, right?
But you know, I always record everything.
That's gold.
What's gold?
Shit, way worse than that.
Wait. Jeremy, though.
He got $1 million. His price tag is set $1 million.
Dude.
Boom.
Yeah, dude, you'd be stupid not to.
Price tag $1 million for you, right? You know what I got? Fucking. Do you know what I got? Twit. To say.
Yeah, I was there that night. I was there.
There's 8 people watching on YouTube apparently.
I heard that shit that night, Branch. Would you have it down to like 50 G's or something?
It was 20, bro. So it was low.
10, 5
Super
or 10
low,
G's?
dude.
Was it like 5 or 10 G's?
No, it wasn't. It may have been 50.
I thought it was at 50 at one point.
I thought it was 20.
See, that's 50 G's right there. I'm getting 20 times more than that.
$1 million US bucks. That's about That's about 1.3 Australian. Well, that's a bit more tempting.
A lot of fucking solar panels, man. A lot of solar panels.
Isn't it, eh?
You'd be getting, $500 a day or something.
Twit.
It's a good fucking investment right there too.
Hey, well, what's happened to Twit? I haven't seen it online for a very long time.
That's your kid set for life with that money, Bandsaw, right?
Yeah. Don't you worry. They're already set, Jeremy.
I know. I'm just saying, if they weren't, that would do it. Like you could give them a nice future with that much money.
With what they've got, that's going to be left to them, plus the life insurance policy and all that sort of stuff.
Hey, Jeremy, bro. For me, I don't have kids, but my niece and nephew, My Bitcoin. By the time I die, my Bitcoin's gonna be worth about what, 800,000? That'll be
What do you
set.
got? Like $13 worth of Bitcoin?
I just got 2 each for both of them.
You got 2 Bitcoin each for them?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good.
That's,
Yeah,
that's like
I don't know. I
100.
would have chopped it.
It's like 100 grand today. Today's money.
I would have chopped it up into different cryptos and shit, but whatever.
What? A
I would've
Bitcoin
put
is
some in
almost
it.
But I'm
grand.
thinking like straight. I'm talking about when I die and shit. It's like a 30-year fucking investment, and Bitcoin is the safest shit. If Bitcoin goes to hell, then fuck it. This ain't money they fucking needed anyway.
I'm just saying you could definitely do something better with it, but whatever. Yeah. I barely have any Bitcoin. I might have like a couple $100 in Bitcoin.
What's
You
Bitcoin
ain't got
worth?
a lot.
Is it like 50 grand for a
I
Bitcoin?
don't even know. In between 30 and 60 grand somewhere. I don't even keep track of it.
It's a 30, 39-ish, 38, I think today.
All my shit ticks in, bro. Holding Bitcoin don't make you no money a day. I get 0 cents a day from holding Bitcoin.
Yeah,
You feel
man.
me?
But I mean, like,
it's worth
Jeremy, if you was to put money into Bitcoin for, I'm thinking about 20 years from now, right? When I
Or you
say
have 20
crypto,
years worth of money ticking in from something
right? But
else.
wouldn't you put it in Bitcoin and not like some other shit? Like, I think Bitcoin will still be around in 20 years.
Maybe. It depends.
I mean,
It might not
maybe
be.
fucking Ethereum will take over, but I don't give a fuck if they
There's
do.
a
I mean,
thing
like,
called the flippening. Yeah, there's something called the flippening. It's when one of the coins takes over Bitcoin.
yeah,
You have
like
Ethereum or
fucking,
Binance.
what Musk's trying to do. He's trying to fucking bring up Dogecoin and shit.
I got a couple thousand Dogecoin. Let's go. I need 2 G's real quick. I
That's what he's
made
doing. He's
2,500
actually
last
talking to
time.
developers and shit.
I made 2,500 off Dogecoin last year when he did that shit. Go ahead, do it again. I'll make another 2 G's real quick.
Dude, he says one thing, and all the
I get
fucking
interest
evil
money
fucking
off
investors.
Dogecoin. My Dogecoin makes me money every fucking day.
I don't really give a fuck. Like, I did lose a lot of money with the whole fucking crash and shit, but like,
It was because you're silly. You be
no,
doing
I mean,
silly
I
shit.
didn't lose more than I put in. Like, I'm
That
comparing to
doesn't even
what I
make sense.
had before the crash and shit, but like, I haven't lost money.
Oh, you're up
I'm
overall, whatever.
still up on what I put in.
Yeah. I'm
A
sick,
lot.
bro. I should have been
I'm
a
still
millionaire
double
right
what I
now.
put in.
Bro, I should have been a millionaire right now. I've been fucking with Bitcoin since it was like I can remember buying them off people. I bought like a half a Bitcoin once off this dude. I just sent him $100, gave me half a Bitcoin. This faucet I used to do, they would give out free Bitcoins.
Yeah, it used to
Not
buy
whole ones,
fucking
but they would give
pizzas for a
out a
Bitcoin,
huge
dude.
chunk of a Bitcoin. They used to give
People
out
used to buy
a huge
pizzas
chunk
for a
of
Bitcoin.
What's up, Ranch?
People used to buy pizzas for a Bitcoin.
I know. I'm just saying you would have made hundreds of thousands of dollars if you were doing this site. It's called a faucet. You can just go there and they'll give you a little tiny piece. It's usually only worth like a half a penny every time you do it or something. But
So
half a penny worth of Bitcoin back then now is like $100 or something. Like you would have made a ton of money off this site. I've been doing it for years. I got big off it. Just free shit. All my Dogecoin came from all free shit. Like I used to do all those little rinky-dink faucets. I spent a lot of my free time.
I will be honest with you, Jeremy. Yeah, I kind of hate looking at the price of Bitcoin. Like, it makes me feel like I hate hearing it, and I even hate people talking about Bitcoin and shit because like I know it's gone down a lot. But I mean, like when you put some
It's still
shit
way
in
up
like a
though. It's
10-year
way up.
investment, you can't give a fuck about these little ups and downs.
You just can't invest in any. I wouldn't invest in anything you're not willing to lose it completely on. Because every time you pull that money out the bank, you're risking.
Yeah, I wasn't like I said. It's a 10-year shit. Like the same money I need.
Yeah, I hear you. I would have chopped it up more, like I said. I would have put a couple bucks in Ethereum, couple bucks in Binance. I would have put a couple bucks in Doge. Not a lot, like 20, 30 bucks just in
I mean,
case.
now that you say it, I wish I did, but I didn't.
I would have bought like 50 bucks worth of Shiba Inu, 50 bucks worth of Doge, a few $100 worth of Binance, a few $100 worth of Ethereum, a few $100 worth of Bitcoin. Go down the list.
Jeremy,
Go
bro,
down the
like
list of
I
like the
still
top
think, man,
100.
I still think, dude, you need to have just a fucking Discord channel for yourself called I don't know, I'm not sure what you call it, but whatever you want to call it, but where you just talk about this shit. People come in the room, they'll talk to you, they'll fucking have discussions, and you can make a whole thing about it, bro. If you want me to fucking help you do this shit, then you don't need me to help you, but I will.
I'll tell you right now, if I could get 5,000, not even, I wouldn't even need that much, dude. If I get 5,000 referrals for like a few of my platforms, I'd be fucking set, dude. I'd be set. I can think of like 3 good spots I could refer people to, and just have money ticking in. Like right now, I probably get like 5 or 10 cents a day from people I've referred to stuff for like recurring things.
The whole referral situation. The problem, Jeremy, is this, yeah? You can't be fucking thinking about the referral situation. The referral situation is a fucking Ponzi scheme.
No, it's not, dude.
Yeah, it
It's
is.
not. It's not, bro. Everything has a referral.
Your value, Jeremy, is not with referrals. Your value
Okay,
is
listen.
your ability to fucking trade. You fucking fucked with Bitcoin.
I don't trade.
Not Bitcoin.
Dude,
You fucked
listen to
with
me. Branch, listen to me. Referral systems are not a Ponzi scheme. If I refer you to an electric company, and then I get $5 a month every month for as long as you have electricity with them, is that a Ponzi scheme or a scam?
What about the people that then you refer? Do you get a little bit of them too?
Usually, no.
No.
So
it's a semi-Ponzi.
Sometimes there are some things like that have, maybe it might go down to another level or something, but there was one thing that went down 10 levels. But I don't even use that one anymore.
Ponzi, right?
It still pays out. I just don't use it. No, it's a mining thing. They just have a very good referral system. Like, it's not, the money's coming. The money's not coming. You don't pay anything to get in. Like, it's not a scheme or a scam or nothing like that. The shit I do, and the referrals are big bucks, bro. If I could get 5,000 referrals, I could get like $50 a day.
There's a bunch of fucking desert in India that I've been looking at, like, because I think like it's so fucking cheap. I mean, it's not cheap for me, but it's so cheap in comparison to what people that are a lot richer than me can afford, right? But it almost feels like maybe I should create a media-backed thing to buy this land in India and just throw a fucking shit ton of fucking cells up in there. It's desert land. But then again, if I've thought about it, somebody else has already thought about it, and the land price is probably not as cheap as I think it is. Although there is a law in India, if you want to buy a shit ton of land, you gotta own land in India. And I do own a little bit of land in India, so I could probably do it. You want to get it on there, Jeremy?
What are we doing?
Buying up deserts in India.
Probably a lot of oil in the desert, I bet.
I know, but you can't. Like,
Do we have drilling rights? Do we have
Yeah,
drilling rights?
the chances are is like if you want the drilling rights, you're gonna pay like at least 7 times more. I'm just thinking about land rights.
We gotta know the air rights too. Some countries have crazy air rights. Like, I need to be able to build at least, 150-story building.
I don't give a fuck. I want to buy the land as cheap as possible. My plan is to fucking just have a shit ton of solar cells on that.
Dude, it doesn't work to solar panel the desert. That's not like a good thing to do.
No, I mean, that's my plan.
What you want to do is you want to have the electricity created right where it's getting used. So like them shits, the solar panels, they need to be on people's houses.
Mm-hmm.
If it's in a major city, that's tough. Then you will need some places outside the city. You will need some fields or big giant areas of solar panels like on the outskirts of cities. So yeah. But just to do like a whole desert, like if you were like solar panel the Sahara Desert right now, that would be enough electricity for the world, but then you have to like transport it places, and I think you lose energy in that. I don't know.
The problem with desert is the sand.
That's the biggest problem.
It's not opaque, right? So when the sand fucking sits on the fucking panels, they can't see anymore. Or they can't get light anymore.
Oh, what you do is you have a little robot, little solar powered robot, right? Or wireless charging robot or something. You have it be wireless charging. That solves everything. That way there's not another solar panel laid off. So you have a wireless charging robot that will drive around and clean off the fucking.
Well, what you do is you create the panel in a way where it always has, maybe about 20% of its efficiency reserved to clean itself.
Yeah, whatever. You just have the thing. It only needs to be cleaned fucking once a month or something. That's even a lot, probably. Dan, so how often do you clean your solar panels? Twice a year, maybe?
Once a year.
That's what I mean. Yeah, once a year. So whatever, you clean the panels off 2 times a year. I mean, it's not a big electrical drain.
I put this. This silicon additive in the water and wipe it on, and it's like a film, and it helps it to self clean. So
Banzo, you got panels, right?
Yeah, some Rain-X shit. Like Rain-X.
The problem I've found with panels, buying them, is that your ROI is like 14 years.
No bullshit. Like fucking bullshit. Nah, fucking bullshit.
6?
Oh no.
What's your ROI?
It cost us $3,500 for a.
That's cheap.
Yeah. Cheap as chips because there were government incentives and all that sort of stuff.
Okay, got it. If I get my shit under $3,500, I'll do that shit in a heartbeat.
And we make about a quarter, about $800 off it.
Bro, that means your ROI $3,500. If it was me, your ROI is like what, 2 years?
Yeah.
Not even.
Yeah, not even. Like not in Texas, fucking.
That's our holiday money every year. We just put it aside and we go ka-ching, please cut us a check. They put the money in the account and bang, holiday time.
Yeah, man. That shit ain't. We don't have all those fucking. Like, if I was to get my shit done, I'm looking at about $20,000.
Really?
Yeah.
Dang.
And then I gotta buy insurance because it hails like fuck here.
Insurance. Get the fuck. Nah.
Because you don't want a shit ton of hail fucking up your shit.
Put umbrellas over your solar panels.
I guess you could, like you just buy insurance.
What's your ROI? Fucking 500.
That should be
Yeah,
covered
that's
in
why I said
homeowners
it's like
insurance
10 years
anyways.
and shit. It's not worth it.
No, the ROI on solar panels was normally 5 to 7 years or something like that. So they're
Right,
going
but
for
in
7
Texas with
years.
fucking hailstorm, fucking insurance and shit, it pulls it out to about 10
You
years.
get hailstone everywhere. Okay, so 10 years. So after 10 years, you're getting free electricity for like the next
Ever.
20 years. Yeah, I mean, they degrade over time, but even 50, 60 years down the line, they'll still be pulling something. And if you have the land
Right, but
where you can
Jeremy,
just
here's the
put up
problem,
more
yeah?
new ones,
I
you know what I'm
know,
saying,
I
Bandsaw? Don't
know
ever
that,
take the
I
old ones
know
down.
that 6
Yeah.
years from now, solar panels are gonna be shit ton cheaper.
Yeah.
Like seriously, Bandsaw, those panels you got now, leave them there forever. They will always pull juice in.
No,
Like
exactly
even
right.
if they're down to like 10% after a while, it doesn't matter, dude. You just put new ones up right next to the old ones.
They have the ones we've got. Oh, I can't remember the brand of them now, but they're guaranteed to have a 95% efficiency rate after 10 years. So they degrade 5% over 10 years.
Yeah, but then it's downhill bad from there after that. But
Yeah,
even 50 years down the line, if they're still pulling in like 5 or 10% efficiency, so what? That's free electricity right there. It
That's
doesn't
right. They're
matter. Like you,
already paid for. They're already there.
Hey, bro, what if
yeah,
we
that's
did
what I
this,
mean.
yeah?
You just
Hey,
keep it. What do you got to
Jeremy,
use? Some
think
Windex?
about this, yeah?
Windex once a year.
Yeah,
What if you put a processor in every fucking tile on the roof, right? And then you made every tile process Bitcoin. You'd be making what, 2 cents per tile? I'm just fucking around. Although that could be genius.
Jeremy, do you want to buy 1,000 shipcoin off me for $10?
Probably not. I have Shiba Inu already, so I'm good. Thanks, though.
What color is it?
I'm about to sell mine because that shit doesn't make me any passive income holding it.
Shitcoin.
Like I'm not interested in having something that's not. If that shit don't make me money every day, like I don't need it. I don't want nothing to do with it.
In case it blows up in the future, you'll have all my shipcoin. I'll just have $10.
I have like $500 worth of Shiba Inu right now, so I'm good. Thanks.
Okay.
Just sell it where you bought it from. Where'd you buy it from?
You know Jeremy, you want solar
You
panels?
mined it?
Yeah, I mined 5 cents worth of shipcoin, which is 1,600 ships.
Oh,
yeah, nice. You want solar panels, Jeremy? They've got solar paint. They're going for now, so you can paint everything with this
dude, they've been
paint.
talking about solar paint since the '90s, dude.
Yeah, I know. It's an Australian invention.
Is it?
Yeah.
This could be a big one for you guys right here, Bandsaw. I'm not gonna lie. If you could paint every house with solar paint, just that.
Everything.
Not even the house. You could paint a wall. Like let's say you have a big window that faces north for you or south for me.
Yeah.
You paint the wall, solar paint the wall behind the window.
Yep.
Like you could just start slapping that shit up everywhere, bro. For real.
Paint the roads, Jeremy. Paint everything.
That's what I'm saying. Electricity wouldn't be a problem. They'll never let that happen, dude. They'll never let the
paint-
solar paint thing get big.
I'll paint me kids.
You could have solar. Well, I mean, you could have solar clothes,
Yep.
solar sneakers, solar jeans, hat, shirt.
Yeah.
I mean, they have the book bag. They have the little book bag that has panels on it. That's supposed to charge something up. So I'd have to imagine if your whole fucking body's covered in it, that's way better than the little
Why is it way
book
better,
bag.
bro?
It's just more area. I might be less efficient. It's more area though. So I don't know the efficiency of the paint, or the color thing.
I think that the price of solar panels is going to go down a shit ton
He
over
really
the
loves
next 10 to 15 years, right?
He did.
Like if you look at the price that they are today, they're already going down. Staggeringly fucking fast. Just like any tech does. And that's why I think that it may be a good investment to fucking look at the fucking deserts in India. Because transporting electricity there's no price to that.
That's pretty easy. Just need an extension cord, and away you go.
Yeah. Once you get the fucking cable down, it's free,
Yeah.
right? I
Well,
mean,
the cable-
even without the cable, if we really wanted to, we could go with Tesla fucking shit, but we're not gonna do all that crap.
Go wireless. Go wireless.
Yeah.
That's the future.
And that way, anybody that walks in the path will just get fried.
Can you imagine it? They talk about 5G. Imagine that puppy going.
Jeremy, you know how like 50% of what I'm saying is fiction?
I wasn't even listening to you. I was focusing on my phones.
How much money have you made? How much money have you made in your phones today, Jeremy?
He's got like 17 phones going at once. Don't interrupt him.
I'm setting them up. It's
Jeremy,
not like
Jeremy, do you want me to show you something?
What are you going to show me?
So you like Google has this thing where you can fucking sign up for free for 3 months, and you get $300 worth of setting up machines.
No, this is not something somebody can do for me. This has to be done like manually.
Oh.
I mean, you can actually set
But
up.
they're not going to come to my house and
You can set
put
up
the SIM
scripts
card.
to create every machine.
I do
but
need to get some
also
shit
part of the
automated though, big
service
time.
says you can't fucking mine.
Do you have an Android or an Apple branch?
Huh?
It's time for you to pull your weight around here. Do you have an iPhone or an Apple? An Apple
Dude, I'm
phone
not
or
gonna fucking have some shit running on my phone.
No, listen. I need something automated, but
I don't want shit to run on my phone, bro.
I know. I just need you to automate something though for me.
I'm not gonna fucking. Okay, what?
There's a thing where you got to watch videos, but sometimes there is no videos. I need it. I need it to keep refreshing the
I'm the type
screen.
of person that's gonna do that for you.
Hey, Brad. Branch, don't you kind of feel like he's trying to sell you crack, even though you already told him you don't do crack?
What up,
I don't even know what Jeremy. I think Jeremy's trying to prove a point of if you want superiority, like if he can make me do it, he'll feel superior.
No.
So what the fuck?
Branch,
Why would you want
no.
me to do it? You're only gonna make what, 2 cents per video?
No, if I can get this one thing automated, it would make me a couple bucks a day. But it's fine. Whatever. If you don't want to do it, it's fine.
I can help you get Sean G to do it. Just fucking.
I don't do. I don't do crack. I don't do crack.
Jeremy, we can help you get.
Ooh, Pete Shea.
Yeah, we don't want to fuck with Pete. He needs as much help as we can give him, bro. You don't fuck with him. Let's do it with Jim. He's like he thinks he knows this shit, but he's very gullible.
You need a better
And then
sales.
if we can get Jem to do it, he will trickle down the effect. So you know what? Hit it right there. Just get Jem to do it. Jem will trickle it down to the peeps that follow him like a god.
I told Jem, I'm like, yo, if you can get all your all the people in here, if he's got like 3,000 people, yo, you know, all the people sign up for this one thing, you'll make like you know, 20, 30 bucks a day. That's good money, bro. 600 bucks a month, 900 bucks a month. It's like your rent or your car payment or something. You could drive a BMW or a Benz for that. I mean, he already got a nice car, but whatever. It's not, the point is, it could be a lot of fucking money. This shit's easy too. It's like passive. You gotta do nothing. Anyways.
You say it was like acid?
Passive. It's passive.
Passive money, bro.
Oh, at least it acid.
Honestly, dude,
yeah,
like
this
I
is
don't like cunts that have nice cars that didn't just buy them outright. So Jeremy, I do have a nice car, but I don't finance. I'm not gonna pay some fucking bank 3%.
I hear that. I don't do that shit either.
How many phones you got, Branch? Sounds like you making money.
Nah, I'm chilling right now, bro. I'm hemorrhaging money right now.
I've been opening phones all day. You're tripping, bro. Don't ever throw out an old cell phone.
Bro, I ain't gonna fucking sit there and like for $2
You ain't gotta
a
do
day,
nothing.
bro.
Half the shit is passive. Bro, half the shit is passive and you ain't even gotta fuck with it, dude.
Alright, man, I swear to God, like the shit you're running on that cell phone, I can fucking run about 50 of them on the Google.
Why don't you do it then? Do it, bro.
Because it's not legit to do it. Like there's a claim in the TOS, right, that you can't use this shit to mine Bitcoin.
This isn't even Bitcoin shit I'm doing. You don't even know what's going on.
Just mine crypto.
It says not. Some of this stuff has nothing to do even with crypto at all. If it does, it's just a payout method.
Dude, I tell you what. You know what I did? I got a miner, and I wrapped it, and then I put a side thing on the side. So like every time the miner made a CPU call, I made it make 7 other CPU calls to hide the fact it was making that CPU call. So it wasn't as effective. But I was able to fucking mine Bitcoin without fucking Google realizing I did on their platform.
The only way these conversations are interesting is if you take Bitcoin and a little bit of money and add word crack and try it.
Right, but the problem is, Jeremy, right? Like, I do this type of shit because it's fun to do it. Like, if I did it, and let's say I made $1 million doing it, right? And then Google figured out, holy fuck, he made $1 million doing it. They will sue me for $7 million, and I'll be fucked. So I'm not gonna do that shit.
Yeah. That's why I ain't fucking with none of that Google shit, and I'm using all my own stuff.
True that. But I mean, like, if you're just talking about, I don't even think I need to fuck with the app. Like, they're not gonna give a fuck about $2 per computer.
I hear you.
Like, I don't even think that'll pick up on the processor. I don't even have to fuck with that.
So then do it.
For $2?
You do it like 50 times. You know how many virtual machines you setting up? You do $2, 1,000 virtual machines. I don't know how many virtual machines can you do.
Right, but the fact that I didn't do it with a straight fucking mining rig running off their shit, and
Bro, this isn't even mining crypto. I don't even know who you're talking. Are you having a conversation with me? Because we're not talking about the same thing.
I guess what we could do is write a fucking virus that would
No,
load
I'm
this
out.
shit.
Count me out.
All right, guys. I'm gonna hit the hay. I'll catch
Later,
you guys
Manta.
in the trenches, guys. Have a good one.
Later. So you drove Bance off, Branch. Anyone that leaves as of this point, it's your fault.
I'm not gonna ride a virus, bro. Like, I'm like a drug dealer, bro. Like, if anything gets done, I'm not gonna touch it. But in theory, we target a very niche market and use their computers to just mine without them knowing.
Brother, shit
And
you
the
can do
reason
way
we
better than mining. Mining doesn't even pay good. Like compared to the other shit you can do, mining is one of the worst paying things.
Right, but what I mean is like what we do is we target a very small market of people. Like we look at computers that are fucking idle at night, and we target those computers. So like, let's say we fuck with opticians, right? Like opticians actually have a shared piece of software that runs on a lot of fucking opticians. They use the same fucking software. So we fuck with that software to deploy our shit to every terminal in their building that would then mine for us at night without them knowing.
Like an Office Space kind of thing.
No.
Like remember that little
Space
thing
was,
they wrote in Office Space when they were like,
Office
"Yo, it's
Space
just
was
gonna take a
putting out
fraction of
a
it."
cent out of. Office Space was fucking with Superman shit, right?
What?
Like the shit Office Space did was the shit that Lex Luthor did in Superman 1 or 2 or some shit like that. That's pussy shit, bro. No, I'm talking about in a way where you can't get caught. Although you can get caught, and that's why I won't touch none of it. Same way a dealer doesn't fucking touch his drugs. I'm not gonna ever do nothing like that, but I could totally do it. Hey Jeremy. What do you love most in life?
What's that?
So what do you love most in life?
My kids.
Good question, bro. I mean, good answer.
I'd kill you and everything and everyone you know if it meant
No, but I think
keeping
you're
them
lying.
safe or fed or whatever.
Dude. The problem was this: when you said my kids, you didn't.
What did you say?
You said it with a slight deflation. You didn't say like my kids. You said like my kids.
My kids. I was thinking about it.
So what do you really think is the most important thing in your life?
The kids, bro. It's not gonna change.
Yeah, that's a fucked up thing to say, wasn't it? You're right, bro. I mean, I personally think that what you actually care about is not just your kids, but your wife and your whole family structure. You care about yourself too. That's probably why when you gave me the answer, it wasn't legit. I'm getting so weird now, ain't I, Jeremy?
You're a huge weirdo, bro.
I'm a total weirdo.
That's fine.
But I know peoples. I've been trained from the CIA and shit to fuck with people like you. I'm just fucking around, man. Jeremy, totally playing, man. Did I fuck with you a little bit though?
No, bro. I know. You didn't get me, Branch. Sorry.
I did.
You didn't.
Look at the fucking. The anxiety you're portraying right now, bro. Alright, man. Good talk. We'll talk another day. Hey, Paper. Laurie. It's weird that we're both fucking on mute at the same time. Stop it, Jeremy. Fucking, I didn't
Stop
get in your
what?
mind.
Stop what?
We're good, right?
What are you talking about, dude? I almost never know what you're talking about.
Was you tripping on the conversations we just had?
Why? What did I say? If I say so much stuff all day, I don't even know what I say anymore.
It wasn't so much about what you said. You just chilled in the room in silence. Something about what you felt.
I'm just waiting for something to happen. I mean, I'm busy doing my stuff over here. If nothing happens, I'm fine with that.
You're thinking, bro.
Yes, I'm thinking about these phones right now and setting them up.
Jeremy, I'm gonna keep fucking with you. You know that, right? Like, now I'm trying to play it off like it ain't shit, but like, Doesn't it feel good sometimes just to breathe?
Doesn't it what?
Breathe. I'm gonna smoke. I'll be back, bro.
All right, go ahead. Smoke it up. Smoke them if you got them.
My bad, Jeremy, dude.
What's up? What's up?
I don't know. I just kind of feel bad. Like I've been a dick today.
You're fine.
What do you think, though, Jeremy, bro, about like you starting up your own channel? I get it. Fucking crypto ain't that great right now, but you're still fucking making bank. Well, not bank.
Right.
You're still making positive cash flow.
Dude, it's all positive. It's all positive. at this
I
point.
think you should really think, my man.
Probably put about 15 G's into crypto, and I probably pulled out about 70.
Yeah.
And I get money taken in every day from it still. So it's not even like that's all I made was 50 G's or something. Like to this day, I got money taken in on a daily basis from it.
Right? And it's like, yeah, you may fucking Uber and shit on the back side, but that's probably just to keep your fucking lady happy, right?
What, the Uber thing? I haven't done that in a while.
All right, well, fuck. I really think, dude, like you've got fucking skills. And I ain't trying to say that we do this shit together or nothing like that. Like I ain't trying to even fucking take a penny from you, bro. This shit will be just you. I think that you need to make others fucking understand what the fuck you did and make them do the same. Cause you love doing that. Like the one thing I've realized about you, Jeremy, is that like it's not the fact that you enjoy making money of crypto. What you enjoy even more than that is helping other people to do the same. And that's a rare fucking thing, bro. Like you actually give a fuck about other people. A lot of people are fucking selfish as fuck, my man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear you.
And I think that the reason why, if you was to portray yourself to the peoples, people will fucking feel it in what you're saying. Because it's real. You get what I'm saying? Like you have a genuine want to help people. And you know, honestly, let's say you did do this shit online and you didn't make a cent from it. You're the type of person that would just be happy. I think you're the type of person that would just be happy. Because you help some fucking cunts. No?
Sorry, what'd you say?
I'm saying, bro, say if you did portray all the shit you did, or the way you fucking invest in shit, and you fucking you put that shit online, and you got a bunch of people fucking listening to you, and then fucking these people are making money and shit. I think you'll be more happy with that than even making money yourself, because that's the type of person you are. Am I wrong?
I mean, I'd like to make money too, but yeah, it makes me happy helping other people out, definitely.
And I personally think that if you fucking help other people out, you're gonna get paid tenfold back. Right?
Yeah.
It may not be immediate, but you will. And even if it's not fucking monetary wise, you're gonna get that shit. Like you help these cunts. And you also fucking you feel better about yourself. Right?
Yeah. I just want to see everyone doing good.
I guess the hard part for you is, how do you instigate shit like this and get a crowd?
I don't know. A crowd for what?
To understand that fucking they need to listen to how you fucking invest.
Whatever. I'm not the best out there.
You're not the best.
People doing way better than me.
You know the funny shit is, bro, is that if you start off not being the best and you help other motherfuckers how to fucking do good, then what ends up happening is they're gonna start feeding you in with tips. And you're gonna become an even better investor. And then you're gonna make other motherfuckers be even better investors because you got those tips. And it's just a fucking, you know what I mean? That's the type of shit that you need, right? That's the type of shit that you want. So, that's cyclical shit. But Jeremy, I kind of also like feel bad because like I'm talking major shit right now. And like I feel like maybe I'm making you feel bad.
I feel fine. I'm barely listening to you though.
Alright, dude. So should we just shut the fuck up?
No, I'm saying like it's not. I can't be like focused. I'm probably trying to just like listen right now. Just keep talking though, but I just don't expect like a coherent response.
Well, I'm talking directly to you, so if I keep on talking and you're not fucking listening, what the fuck is the point of me talking? You see what I'm saying?
Good point. That's a good point. Sorry, man. I'm trying to set these phones up, bro. Skip that. Don't need the facial
Jeremy,
recognition.
dude, like I don't even know how you're gonna do it. I want you to fucking I want to help you do this. And
Bro, I need
I want to
thousands of
slice the
referrals.
pie. I want 80% of the pie. No, I don't. I'm just fucking around. I just want to help you do it, bro.
Whatever. Set me up with a TikTok and a YouTube channel. You can keep all the monetization from all those things. I don't need any money. You can keep all the TikTok and
If
all
I
the
was to
YouTube
do
money.
that, you know what I'll do? I'll take all the money that comes in and just throw it back in.
Whatever. You can have all the money that comes in from TikTok and YouTube. I'll make my money off the referrals. I'm telling you, bro.
We should be talking about referrals, though.
What's up?
The moment you start talking about referrals with people, they're gonna tune out, bro. So it's not about referrals. You can't be talking about referrals.
Why?
Because people will tune the fuck out. Because they'll fucking see that you're trying to make money. You need to be the Jeremy that doesn't give a fuck about making money and just wants to help people. That's why referrals.
I do want to help people, but people are going to sign up for this stuff when I tell them what to do. So if they're going to sign up anyways, they might as well just use my referral link and I can make a little bit off it. It doesn't make sense not to.
Yeah, good point. But that can't be your fucking mind state, bro. Because if that's your mind state, people are going to feel it. Like I said, man, people aren't fucking stupid. Whatever, man. Jeremy, I feel like I'm fucking acting so dumb right now.
You're fine.
Is anything what I'm saying, like, legit? Or am I just drunk as fuck?
You're alright.
I think you think what I'm saying is actually on point.
Maybe.
I think that what we
Let's
need
turn
to do...
that brightness level up.
I think what we need to do is this, yeah? I would take 90% of the referrals I'm just playing. You can have your fucking referrals. I do care about monetization and shit. But honestly, if you can just help people do better, I would feel actually better on myself. And I think you would too, and I think that should be our goal. Not these fucking referrals. None of that other bullshit. If that's our goal, is to just help people. And people will fucking feel that, and they would want to watch us. They would want to watch you, because that's your only goal, is to help them. Does that make sense, Jeremy?
Yeah. Sounds good.
So fuck about your referrals and shit. Something about the money.
Bro, that's what people are going to watch it for, is the money.
No, people are gonna watch it because you give a fuck about helping people. The whole referral shit is a side thing, and I'm not trying to tell you that you don't give a fuck about it, but bro, I know that you probably care more about helping people than you do about referrals.
No, I think I care more about the referrals.
Really?
Yeah.
Then you're probably not the right guy, bro. Because people are gonna see that
Maybe
shit, they're not
not.
gonna want to fucking listen to you. They're gonna see you as another insurance salesman.
Bro, I'm a guy that can show them how to get money.
No, they're gonna see you as another guy that's trying to sell them referrals to make yourself money. People aren't fucking stupid, bro. People love people with heart, with what they're trying to do. And I think the question is this, Jeremy, yeah? Do you really want to do this? To make money or to help people? Because if you want to just... It's kind of a tricky question, isn't it?
What's up? What's a tricky question?
Whether or not you want to do this to make money.
Yes, I'm in it for the money and to help people.
Well, people that are only going to see it, people that
Nah,
are
you
only
don't
going
know
to want
that.
to follow you,
You don't know that.
if the only thing you want to do is to help them.
You don't know that.
That's what sells fucking shit, bro. It's mind thought. And it may sound like a weird statement to make, but bro, if you in your mind are thinking about monetary gains as opposed to helping people, then people will fucking just not give a fuck about what you're saying, and you won't give a fuck either. Whatever, man. I'm about to take a shit. I'll be back, Jeremy. And
All right.
I'm probably not gonna be back. I'm just about to just take a shit and go to bed.
All right.
Is that
Later.
cool?
Yeah, I'll catch you later.
All right, bro.
Hello. Hello.
I'm right here, all you trolls. I'm right here. Come on, take me on. Oh, you bunch of quagmire trolls. Let's go, keyboard warrior trolls. Come on. I'm right here. I'm your huckleberry. Johnny Ring. Looks like you just seen. Looks like someone just walked over your grave.
Hey, what's up?
Not too much. You heard the sultry sound of my voice and just figured you'd show up, or what?
Sorry, what?
It must be true love, Bacon.
Who knows?
You're breaking up a lot, man. I don't know if you're trying to talk or not, but it's not coming through clear.
Yeah, there's a very sensitive line in between hot micing and breaking up to me now. I don't know why. Either I'm always breaking up or I'm just hot micing.
Well, that all came in clear, so.
Yeah, but if I don't mute, then I'll hot mic from now on.
Yeah, I get you. I get you, man. I get you.
So I was looking for a bit of the streaming, and I found a conversation between you and Floric about frames of reference, I guess.
Yeah, the inertial reference frames. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, what do you understand by inertial and non-inertial frames of reference?
Well, I'll just start at the basics that inertia has to do with a body's resistance to acceleration, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you're in an inertial reference frame, you're in a frame of reference that exhibits an object's resistance to acceleration. So if you're on, in other words, if you're on a moving object, you're gonna have inertia.
Yeah, I don't think that's what it means. Like, although, I mean, you're trying to apply the meaning of inertia, but that in a way that I don't think it's how it's meant for frames of reference.
Well, okay, so yeah,
like
so
to
that's
give an
all.
example.
Okay.
Like if you, one second. Oh, 1 second. I'll be right back. Yeah, I'm back. So if you throw an object and there's no force acting upon it, inertia tells you that that object will keep that motion. It will keep that speed in that direction. So if there's no force to deviate its motion, to affect its motion, you would expect that motion to keep forever. So if it's going at that direction 5 meters per second, it's going to keep at that direction 5 meters per second. That path is being created by inertia because you have no other force. Now, if you, let's say, have the weight of the object, that's a force that's going to affect the path, so it's not going to be a straight line. So that's no longer an inertial path because it has acceleration. So an inertial frame of reference is a frame of reference that have no acceleration. It has a constant speed or no speed. And a non-inertial is one that accelerates or rotates, because if you're accelerating or rotating, those scenarios have different have speeds changing constantly, so they're not inertial, because with inertia you only keep your velocity, it doesn't change. If it's non-inertial, it means your velocity is changing, so that would be the difference.
Yeah, I disagree with all of what you just said.
Well, that's the meaning of frames of reference. Like, you can have a different concept, but then you should also use a different word, because that's not what they meant. They attempt to describe.
Right. Okay, so basically what I hear you saying is this: inertia has a meaning, an object's resistance to acceleration. Would you agree with that?
Yeah. Oh, it's also a law of nature, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
The Newtonian law. So it's not just the attribute of an object, but also a description of how things work.
Right. So if I am in a car and I'm at rest, I always did this as a 16-year-old, 17-year-old when I was first driving. I always thought it was funny that my mom, who was in the passenger seat, whenever I shifted gears, her head would move forward and back, forward and back, forward and back because of inertia, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if we maintain the same speed, there's no inertia.
There is inertia. Why wouldn't be inertia?
Because the object in the car is moving the same speed as the car. There's no resistance at that point. Both objects are moving at the same speed.
Yeah, they're both in their inertial path. What do you mean there's no inertia?
It seems to me inertia only exists at the initial interaction with acceleration. If you reach a constant speed or a constant velocity is increasing in speed, right? Velocity is increasing in speed, right? Or that's acceleration.
Yeah, that's acceleration. Yeah, acceleration is change in velocity, to be more accurate.
Okay, so if you're not changing velocity or speed, you have no inertia.
No, you have no acceleration. Like,
and therefore, if you have no acceleration, you have no inertia.
That just doesn't make sense. I think I understand why you think that. Like,
as it was defined earlier, inertia is resistance to acceleration, right?
Mm-hmm.
If there's no acceleration, there's no resistance.
Yeah, so you keep moving. It's the resistance to change in motion. So, for example, if the car is in a constant speed, wait. If a car is in a
if that summarizes his point accurately before you answer.
Say that again, Crypto. You broke up.
Oh, so sorry. So basically, what I understood by what you said, which maybe can help Bacon to understand, is that I want to word it exactly how I just did because it was perfect. You're saying that if there's no so inertia is defined as resistance to acceleration, and if there is no acceleration, then there can't be resistance to the no acceleration, and therefore there can't be that inertia. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's just not how it works.
I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah, the inertia just says, like, if you don't add forces to something, that's the speed of the velocity of that object will keep constant. So if your car is in a constant speed, your body is in that same speed. If inertia tells you that if there's no acceleration, your body will keep that speed. So the fact that you're not experiencing anything going back or forth when the car is in a constant speed is exactly what inertia is doing. It's keeping your speed at the same. When you hit the brakes and you feel like you're going forward, and we say that's inertia, that's because you were going forward and you keep going forward even if the car brakes. So now that the car is braking and your body isn't, you can see that difference. It's not that inertia appeared at that point. Inertia was there all the time. It's just more perceivable when one thing accelerates and the other doesn't. So you can see that the thing that is not accelerating is not following the other one, which means it's keeping its inertia. So it's not that inertia wasn't there. That's not what inertia means.
Inertia is only experienced at the introduction of another, at a change in acceleration, either deceleration or acceleration.
No, just no. Like if object is stationary, that's inertia. If you're not applying any force and it keeps stationary, that's inertia. Inertia isn't a movement that you perceive. Inertia is just this tendency of things to keep their velocity.
Well, I disagree with that.
Well, that's what it means. It's this tendency of things to keep their velocity, or in other words, to resist change in motion. So if
the conservation of that's the conservation of momentum. Once if you experience inertia when acceleration speed, you have an equilibrium.
Sorry, what?
If you reach a constant speed and maintain that constant speed, that is no longer inertia, that is conservation of momentum.
That's the same thing. Conservation of momentum is just inertia and the mass, and you're taking the mass into account. Like, they're not separate things.
Inertia is always a potential.
It's a tendency. It's just a description of how things work. Like if you put set an object in motion and you do nothing else, it's going to keep the motion. If you don't do nothing with an object that is stationary, it will keep being stationary. That's the basic concept of inertia. And if you throw an object and it makes a curve, the inertia, that path wasn't inertial, because an inertial path can only make a straight line. So in order for a path of an object to be curved, you would have to have acceleration. So it would not be an inertial path.
So, and inertia is moving. Okay with that?
You're breaking up to me.
I didn't hear you. Say that again.
I said you're breaking up.
I'm in the same place. I'm not moving anywhere, so I'm not sure why I'm breaking up, but And inert is completely stationary. It's potential.
Do I sound better now?
I mean, I heard you.
Right, so you were saying inertia is potential or something?
An object, an object at rest has potential to move and resist the acceleration that will be exhibited if a force is applied to it.
Sure.
Okay. And an object in motion has potential inertia because acceleration or deceleration can occur. So it's potential.
But even if it's not in motion, they both have potential to accelerate.
Yeah. Yes. I agree. That's what I'm trying to describe. Yeah. Yes.
All right.
So if I'm on a merry-go-round, which is in motion, that is an inertial reference frame.
But it's accelerating, so it's not.
No, because that's what creates inertia is acceleration.
No, acceleration gives you a way to see things deviating from their inertial path. And in the context of frames of reference, to say that a frame of reference is inertial means that frame of reference is not accelerating. That's what it means. That's what the term means for the frame of reference to be inertial. So if it's spinning, then it's accelerating, and if it's accelerating, then it's not inertial, because inertia would be one that it's not accelerating.
No, but the definition of inertia is resistance to acceleration.
But it's more than that.
If something is accelerating, then there is resistance to that acceleration. Like what?
Yeah, but a path that does not have acceleration only has inertia, so it's going to make a straight line. That's why we call reference frames that are not accelerating inertial, because they have no acceleration, making them deviate from inertia. So inertia gives you a one-directional velocity. If you apply forces, that changes the velocity, so they can curve your path. They can make your path. It changes your movement. And if you don't change your movement, if you don't apply forces, you have no acceleration. Therefore, you just have your inertia. That's why inertial frame of reference is one that is not accelerating.
Well, I don't know how to
I don't know how not. I simply disagree with this discussion.
You're breaking up, Travis. We can only hear about every other word.
Oh, that's just the definition of these terms. Like, you can try to use this simple definition of inertia and try to apply that to frames of reference. But inertia is not just that. It's this concept of things are going to keep their motion. And that's how they are applied to frames of reference. Frames of reference, they just keep their motion, are inertial. The ones that don't means they're accelerating. So they're not inertial. They have inertia, but they also have something else, which is acceleration. So that's why they are different from inertial frames of reference.
Yeah, I don't know what else to say except I disagree with that.
Well, you're just disagreeing with the definition of a term. I don't understand, like, why you would do that. Like, just Google inertial frame of reference. You'll get exactly what I said. Like, I don't think you can find anywhere saying that inertial frame of reference are frames of reference that are accelerating. Because if they're accelerating, then they're not just following inertia. They have something else. They have acceleration. Acceleration and inertia are opposite things. Right? Acceleration means change in velocity. Inertia means not changing the velocity. So if a frame of reference is not changing the velocity, it's inertial. Like, don't get why that doesn't make sense.
If anyone wants to pick up from where I'm at in this discussion, if you want to pick up and carry it on, that's fine with me.
Well, was this relating to anything directly, or was it just conceptual in terms of these, or was there something that was like?
Well, I heard Travis saying once that inertia, that inertial frames of reference should be the ones that are accelerating, and that just doesn't make sense to me. Like, that's opposite of what they mean. And I was trying to get clarification on that.
An object at rest has potential inertia because inertia is only experienced when there's acceleration.
Where did you get that? Like, that a object that is at rest has potential inertia? Because as far as I understand, if it's at rest, it has inertia. It always has inertia. Everything always has inertia.
Okay, I'm fine with that. I'm just trying to be a little bit more descriptive in terms of that concept. An object at rest has inertia, which means to me it has the potential to resist acceleration.
It's an attempt to not acknowledge forces.
No,
Sorry?
that's not true.
That's the whole idea of the whole things do not have gravity; they have potential energy to a direction. That's basically what he's trying to say.
No, I'm not negating forces. No.
Not all forces, gravity.
No, I'm not even. I haven't mentioned gravity at all.
When you said potential energy, is you negated it.
I don't think
say
so.
potential energy.
He did. So we'll see.
No, I'm saying I don't think so. I don't think that would have anything to do with gravity. Yeah, I get that when we use the term potential energy, it's usually related to gravity, but I don't think that's what Travis was going for.
You'll see. Go ahead, continue.
I'm not sure if we have a direction to continue, because like as far as I understood, Travis disagrees with what's the definition of a frame of reference, and with the definition of inertia at this point.
Yeah, but okay, so when he says, okay, you can correct me if I'm wrong, Travis, but the idea that he's saying to have an inertial frame of reference, you have to have an acceleration or the potential for acceleration, is him trying to say that things have an energy store, basically, is for the reason things go down.
So, again, the thing that comes to my mind is a golf ball that has been teed up and is at rest. Okay, because the golf ball is what it is and has weight to it, it potentially will resist any acceleration applied to it. Right?
So are you saying the weight of the ball is the reason it slows?
Well, if you said mass, I would say you're completely correct, but you're very close.
Well, I'm not using the word mass intentionally because I don't invoke gravity, so I'm just using weight.
But weight is a downward force, like weight is a force, right? It's not a property of the object.
No, it is a property of the object.
Then why does it change?
Because a force is applied to it.
Well, like why, if I go to different places in the world, things weigh differently, if the weight is a property of the object?
Okay, so personally, I have not experienced that, so I would have to go by external secondary sources.
People
that's not hard to measure. Like and plenty of people here did. I did.
I've done it.
Yeah, I mean, if you challenge that, it's not that easy because you have to travel a little bit. So if you have any.
At 10,000 feet, it's a very noticeable difference. It was actually one of the biggest things I had to overcome when I used to fight. I used to the area, Travis. So I used to have to train in Big Bear, and my fights would be relatively sea level. So cutting weight became a real series because I couldn't weigh myself in Big Bear.
Well, I didn't get what you said. You're also breaking up a little bit.
I was just saying, when I used to fight, and I used to have to cut weight, I used to train up in Big Bear, which is at elevation 10,000 feet, and when I would do so, I wasn't able to check my weight up there, because when I came to fight, I was heavier than when I was up in the mountains training.
Oh right, so it's weight because of difference in
elevation.
Right. Yeah, the one I measured was mostly a change in centrifugal force, because I went for a small lower elevation, but it was closer to the equator, so I got a lighter measurement.
I mean, yeah, I mean that it's not a. I mean, if you want to see it for yourself, I would suggest doing it. The fact that that isn't as a fact, that's just a fact. People have done it, showed it. You weigh less at a higher elevations.
Well, anyway, the fact is the way scales work is by measuring a force. So you can trick a scale by pressing with your hand, or like the scale has no way to know how heavy the thing on top of it is, but to know how much force is being applied to it. So that's what it's actually measuring. It's measuring a force, but it's outputting a value of mass. It outputs kilograms, which is a measure of mass. So it's actually calculating the mass based on the force. So if you apply 9.8 newtons, it's going to output 1 kilogram. So it's guessing the mass of the object based on how strongly it's pressing the scale. And that's the weight. The weight is the force that is being applied to the scale. And that is not the weight is not a property of the object. The weight is just that force that can change based on where. Yeah, the kilogram would be the mass of the object. The kilogram is a measure of mass. So the scale is trying to guess mass based on force. So it measures your weight and guess your mass based on that weight.
Do you differentiate between kilograms and pounds?
They're different units, right?
It's the same thing. It's different units, but in the topic of conversation, it's the same thing. Interchange, say pounds, say kilograms.
Right. Let me see how a pound is defined. Now I'm curious.
It's defined the same way.
Let me see. Well, I'm pretty sure it's going to be defined using the metric system, just like feet and miles and things like that.
Yeah, exactly. But it's just a what do you call it? On the tip of my tongue,
Yeah. So today, here it says various definitions have been used. The most common today is the international avoid, I don't know how to pronounce that, pound, which is legally defined as exactly 0.45359237 kilograms. So yeah, it's just an amount of kilograms.
Yeah, it's just a different value system for a kilogram.
Yeah, so it's also a unit of mass.
Yes.
Right. Yeah, interesting. It's like half a kilogram, a little bit less. So I'm guessing much heavier in pounds.
Yeah.
I would still weigh less than 100, though.
It's like the same way people do it in kilograms. Some people do it in stones. Here in America, we do it in pounds. But it's all the same measurement. It's the measurement of the amount of force on that mass. Which doesn't change.
LBS? How exactly? Pounds. Pounds. LBS is pounds?
Yeah.
Yes.
Interesting, because LBS seems to be how I say pound, which is libras. Like instead of pounds, we say libras, and that's closer to LBS than pound. The word pound is. Why does libras becomes pounds in English? If the
why is it just makes me think, why is pounds even abbreviated LBS?
Yeah, because of the word in the original version, I'd say.
It was probably LBS before it was pounds.
But what does LBS mean then?
Libras.
Well, this says it comes from the Latin Libra.
Exactly. That's
Which
how we say
actually comes
pound.
from the seventh sign of the zodiac, which symbolizes the scales. Like
Right.
weighing things on the scales. That's interesting. So it's actually connected to the sky.
So
Yeah,
it's
we just
Libras. So it's LBS is plural, Libras.
yeah.
Yep.
We just call
Yeah,
them
the
pounds because we felt the need to change everything.
I never knew that. That's interesting.
yeah. That's how it is in Portuguese. A pound we call Libra.
And Libra, at least phonetically, sounds like the word in Latin for free.
Which is livre. Is it livre or something like it? Because that's how I would say it in Portuguese.
Very.
I'm just saying phonetically it sounds the same. Libra, Libra.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, in Portuguese we don't have a word for freedom and liberty. There's just a single word for both of them.
Yeah, I agree.
I think, yeah. What do you mean you agree? You speak Portuguese?
No, I just am saying that the denotation and the connotation, you know, if you use freedom or liberty, those are connotations.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying that those two words, Libra and or freedom and liberty, stem from the same root word.
I saw a setup for an experiment in Jam's server, and it's supposed for people to like think about and try to make a prediction on what's gonna happen. I'm going to post here if you guys are interested on trying to guess the outcome of this setup.
Well, my initial reaction is that the